I would say the first thing you should do when you organize a buyer-seller meet is check your internet connectivity. Uh, if you don't have that and you have uh, a hybrid conference, then you're Ahila Niket, yeah? I think ICC is getting on. Are you on? Pranam?
Sir,
Are
so
you?
we are about to, the technical glitch is a little bit getting solved. We are about to get there.
Is Mr. Rajasekhara with you physically?
He's physically, he's right now there in the room. He's there physically.
Okay.
Good morning.
Everyone can hear
We
me,
have also,
excepting those people in ICC.
sir, I'll just explain the concept that you will be visible on the screen here, which is still here physically.
No, I know that. I know that. I said that all participants, excepting those who are in ICC, can hear me. They are connected and their connectivity is working. It's only yours that is not working.
Yes, sir. They are all virtually as well as some many of them are here physically.
The ones who are there physically cannot hear me because their connectivity is not okay.
The physical people can also hear.
All
No,
right,
they
then
will be able to hear you, sir.
can I start then?
So I'll just give you the cues here. Just a second.
Robert sir, how is the virus situation in your area?
In our area, we have about 4 people in hospital as of now.
Only 4.
Only 4. I mean, in Jorhat. And the bed availability is about 120. So
We have run out of everything in Dhaka. It's expanding like anything.
But I think in general, your government also handled it quite well. That's what we hear. We don't know
That's
the
true. This new strain somehow is very abnormal.
more infection.
Yeah.
It's more
We,
infection.
we had great hopes of reviving the entire economy much faster than last year. But now we're having doubts and we want to watch the whole of March and let's see क्या होता है.
हाँ, थोड़ा होशियार रहना जरूरी है, लेकिन हो जाएगा. The virus also, I don't know whether you've noticed, the virulence is also coming down, and doctors are able to, react correctly to it. Earlier, they were overreacting.
That's true.
A little bit of problem with the person on a ventilator, and ventilator itself can kill somebody. I know many very, very healthy people who've gone into ventilation, and the ventilation has killed them. So, I mean, not now of other things. So here, but people are behaving badly here in our upper Assam areas. People are behaving badly. They're not wearing masks. They're going to election meetings without masks. The same the government which handled the virus very well. The Assam government handled it very well. Now they are sort of saying it's over and things like that. I don't think it's
They
over.
want people at the meetings now. So if they say too much about it, कोई नहीं जाएगा.
They have to make sure people come, so they're throwing caution to the winds. Yesterday, I myself attended a farewell dinner for a general here.
Oh God. So
the
how many
lieutenant.
people did you have?
There were about not that many, about 35 people, but that's 20 too many. I feel uncomfortable.
Sometimes
So,
you can't help it now. You have to
well,
risk it.
I had to go. I had to go. I tried to keep my mask on, but then when you're raising a toast, you cannot keep your mask on. You cannot like filter it through your mask.
Yeah.
Generals have to be toasted, otherwise, eh,
But we have learned a lot during this COVID-19, how to work with the virus on your side and still keep the economy on. All my factories everywhere.
mm.
It's very tough, but something which you can still live with.
No, absolutely, absolutely. You see, uh, we always we feel very happy. Most of us, there are always exceptions. Most of us, we feel happy that Bangladesh is doing so well. The economy is expanding at such a healthy rate, and we feel we can take lessons from Bangladesh now. I mean, we need to take lessons. I mean, uh, no doubt, control and compliance are very desirable long-term goals. You have to incorporate the whole economy in the formal sector.
Mm,
But prior to that, you need to have a bigger cake to share. You need to actually ramp up the economic growth to beyond 10%. Even you have to go up a little more to beyond 10%, because when the Asian tigers transform the economies from low income to middle and then high income, they followed a trajectory of relentless economic expansion, and all sort of the finer nuances of regulation and compliance, and all those were thrown to the wind for a while the economy grew. And that's what I'm saying it bluntly, and I don't mean it as a criticism. That's what you're doing, and you will ultimately join that club. Then you can make sure that people comply and follow every law of the land. I think here what's happening is we are trying to make people follow the law of the land, but Indians have got used not to following that law. There was a huge parallel economy which was in a way correctly dismantled by the earlier, the earlier 5 years this government had. It was a correct motive to dismantle that parallel economy. But what they didn't realize is that it comprised 40 or 50% of the actual economy. So, if
we
you
lost the rest.
have an alternative. So
প্রমোদ দাদা কি হলো? আমার তো
maybe
10:30 বেরিয়ে যেতে হবে, মানে বাংলাদেশ টাইমে
আমার
11:30।
আমার আইসিসিএ হচ্ছে কানেক্টিভিটি প্রবলেম আছে ওখানে। ওনা ওনা বোধহয় রিলায়েন্স লাগেনি। এখানে রিলায়েন্সের ছাড়া কিছু করতে পারবে না
With
আমার।
Modi there, Reliance and Adani has to move. Modi
I
Sahib
don't
is coming here, and you are talking about 35 being too many. He has sent more than 3,000 people more coming only on his vacation from India.
oh,
3,000, and so many programs he has got in 2 days, and going outside Dhaka and visiting a mandir somewhere middle of the country.
well.
so, so mask or no mask, when Modi is there, everybody is there. क्या करना?
That's good. I mean, I think he's very favorably disposed towards Bangladesh, especially towards the Awamis. He's very favorably disposed, but he's just favorably disposed towards the whole of Bangladesh, a little more maybe towards the Awamis. So good. I mean, we need good relations with Bangladesh uh, and all our neighbors actually. I mean, excepting those who want
Yeah, I
to.
have some new concepts for you all. I wanted to throw it today because I developed it in the last few days for you for connectivity through Sahul. So that's what I wanted to throw in your program today for all the Northeast states for connectivity and business.
That would be wonderful.
The bridge over the river Penny, which incidentally I was part of that program when we made the Prime Minister some 7-8 years back with 8 chief ministers of Northeast coming to Dhaka under our program.
Okay. I'm
That is
sorry.
not good.
I think you won't have to wait long. I think maybe it'll be announced this time during his visit. Now
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Bajbora sir, am I audible?
Hi, you are audible.
Am I visible also?
Not visible. Chairs are visible. Oh, he's visible. Yeah. He's there. He's there. Yes. You can see him.
So this is the first time we are doing this kind of a technically hybrid program. So please bear with us if certain technical glitches occur.
Dada, এখন তো everything is working. So why don't you make the physical sittings done and we start the program?
Yes, sir. We will not immediately start now, sir.
Okay. See,
So we have among us, we are very honored to have Mr. C. Rajsekhar, sir, OSD States Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He is the person behind this unique program, the brain behind this unique program, actually. We have also with us Mr. R. Naurem Singh. He is the branch head, Secretary at Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. So we'll start the session now. I hope, please, I would request the cameras to kindly focus on the dignitaries who are there on the dais. Mr. C. Rajsekhar, sir. He is OSD States Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Naurem Singh, branch head, Ministry of External Affairs, who's based in the Northeast, Guwahati. And on the stage, we also have Mr. Isantar Sabha Pandit, Regional Director, Indian Chamber of Commerce Northeast Initiative. And virtually, we have with us Mr. P.K. Bajbora, Co-Chairman, Indian Chamber of Commerce Northeast Initiative and Chairman, Tea Board of India. We have with us Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed from Bangladesh, President, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Heg Terry, Secretary Industries, was supposed to join us virtually, but unfortunately he couldn't join. But we are being joined by the Director Industries, Mr. Tokong Pating. Then we have also with us virtually joining Mr. Kekri Vor Kevischucha, Commissioner and Secretary Industries and Commerce, Government of Nagaland. And also we have with us Mr. Obitker Omkhound, Secretary Industry and Commerce, Government of Assam. He is joining us virtually. He was supposed to join us physically, but some unfortunate incident in his family, he had to join virtually. And then we have also physically Mr. Neeraj Nikunj, GEM, Business Facilitator, Northeast Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He is physically there with us. Again, I'm telling you, since it's a first time technical program, so I generally request the cameraman to kindly show the faces who are there. You know, we have with us His Excellency Mr. Phoob Sering, Consul General of Bhutan in Guwahati. So we are thankful that you were here. Assistant High Commissioner of Bangladesh in Guwahati, Mr. Shah Mohammad Tanvir Mansoor, will also be here. He is officially stuck with some issues. He'll be joining us very soon, physically. And we have Mr. Mr. S. Bondopadhyay, Director East Zone, WSC, DC Handloom, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. So thank you for being there. Mr. Manoj Das, Managing Director, Neramek, is also going to join us physically. He's in the building, but he has gone to his office. He's coming. So, to the basic fundamental of today's event, which we are having today, is it's called the first ever Northeast India Buyer Seller Meet. This is an unique event organized by Ministry of External Affairs. It is a program which is happening in two modes. We have got participants joining us physically, and we have also got participants joining us virtually. We have got buyers from Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal who have joined us virtually. And we have here, we will have sellers from Northeast India and also two or three from other parts of India who are going to interact and conduct business transaction over this hybrid mode. So to begin with, I would first request Mr. P.K. Bajborwa, co-chairman, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Northeast Initiative, and chairman, T-Board of India, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranam. Uh, I would like to start by apologizing for the delay in starting. We were supposed to start at 10 o'clock. It's 10:30 now. I believe that we've had some technical glitches in ICC Guwahati. But nevertheless, I welcome all of you to this first ever Northeast India Buyer Seller Meet, which has been organized in a hybrid mode by ICC with the support of the Ministry of External Affairs. I would like to mention, in my welcome, I would like to specifically mention Mr. C. Rajasekhar, the OSD states in the Ministry of External Affairs, his Northeast branch head, Narayan Singh, uh, our Secretary Industries, Pavitra Khound, the Secretary Industries of Nagaland, Mr. Kerry Sucha, uh, the Director Industries, who's standing in for the Secretary Industries Arunachal, Mr. Tokon Patil, the Assistant High Commissioner of Bangladesh, the Consul General of Bhutan, the Managing Director of Neramak, Manoj Das, Director Handlooms, S. Gangopadhyay, and Director of the GEM portal of the Northeast under the Ministry of Commerce, India, Neeraj, Mr. Neeraj Nikanj, and all the other participants, the panelists, who will excuse me if I don't take them by name. I'd welcome them all to this buyer seller meet, which I hope will yield tangible results. Um, Buyer seller meetings are organized to encourage both national and international companies to meet on a common platform and discuss common areas of business. The meets offer ideal platforms to buyers and sellers who do not have adequate time to trot across the globe in search of business opportunities. This meet will also offer exciting business opportunities to international clients as well and act as a guide for forming potential business partners and allies in India. International trade visitors looking for potential buyers in India can meet prospective clients and forge business relations at the meet. Similarly, Indian exporters searching for foreign buyers can develop a networking with international businessmen. Further, Indian manufacturers and importers planning to sell products within the country can network with retailers and distributors to generate viable leads for business. Therefore, the buyer seller meet will fulfill multiple roles during the event. The northeast of India constitutes the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, and Tripura in alphabetical order. Flanked by hills and with the mighty Brahmaputra River slashing a central path between its north and south banks. The northeast is bounded by the states of well, that's a, the northeast is bounded by the states of Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, with Assam comprising the heart. Arunachal Pradesh lies to its north and Sikkim a little away in the northwest, bordering China and Bhutan. Bangladesh and Myanmar lie to its southwest and east. The torrential Brahmaputra deposits its rich alluvial silt along the banks of the plains of Assam. Tropical rainforests, rich in flora and fauna, spread their arms across Arunachal Pradesh into Assam. It is a land where tea is an industry, handicrafts a major occupation, and martial arts a favored sport. The economy of the Northeast India has got its definite identity during its due to its peculiar physical, economic, and socio-cultural characteristics. Uh, and the Northeast region of India covers an area of 2.62 lakh square kilometers. It accounts for 7.9% of the total geographical area of the country. Um, this platform, and I've kind of given a general description of the platform, uh, was set up by ICC in association with the Ministry of External Affairs, uh, uh, and it we hope that it will pertain to various significant sectors of the northeast of India and the four focus countries, namely Bangladesh, Bhutan, well, three focus countries, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. The event will also serve as a platform for business development, providing an opportunity to showcase products and services, finding new suppliers and buyers, and linking our MSMEs to larger enterprises. The buyer-seller interaction, on the other hand, will give the details of buyers' requirements to the sellers. Uh, The event would be providing a platform for one-to-one interaction between entrepreneurs of the northeast of India and those from Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal as an initiative of the first phase. The event will also discuss the opportunities of trade and investment between Northeast India and the four neighboring countries. There will be discussion on the issues of development of infrastructure and communication to promote trade and investment between Northeast India and Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. The COVID pandemic has been a menace for the country's economy, and matters from now on and the future need to be looked at with a new perspective. Northeast India, which has in the last few years worked towards improving its economic sector, needs to look at itself with a fresh perspective post the COVID crisis. Priority sectors of the Northeast, like uh, the agri-horti sector, tea, food processing, tourism, and hospitality, need to revive, and the efforts should be on towards economic improvements in the said sectors. Additionally, foreign and outside investments in the state have also come down due to the pandemic crisis. The initiative is designed with an aim to market the true potential of Northeast India. We have over 30 registered buyers from neighboring countries, our target countries, namely Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal, who want to explore business opportunities for what they require from varied sectors such as food and agro products, tourism and hospitality, medical tourism, agricultural machinery and equipment, handlooms and handicrafts, skill development and education, electrical goods, minerals, medicinal plants, furniture and household items, floriculture, sericulture, bamboo, etc., which will make the event one of the sought after BSM events in the Northeast. We are hosting this event to showcase the inherent strength of Northeast India among the buyers, to market the potential products to inbound buyers from the rest of our own country as well as Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. I would actually like to say a few words apart from uh, what was uh, what was written out. Uh, you see, uh, these kind of meets will fulfill their true aim only if we can generate business. My talking here, either from a prepared script or extempore, sharing my thoughts with the participants and the panelists, is not really going to do any good unless we are able to translate this into actual trade deals between our countries, between the private parties who are participating from our target countries and the host country. We need to transform these words into actual physical milestones that we need to achieve. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of people spewing some hot air, and the only results from those hot air could be hot air balloons. So we don't want it to end there. We want the buyers and the sellers who are here to actually do some concrete work to create some economic activity. This is also the first meet that I have attended, which is being co-sponsored and supported by the Ministry of External Affairs. All the other meets that I have attended have been sponsored by our ministries of commerce, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Industries, but this is the first one which has where I see the Ministry of External Affairs has taken the lead. I hope that this is a trend for the future because I believe that foreign affairs and foreign relations depends a lot upon trade. Long back, centuries back, foreign relations were sort of rooted in trade. Uh, it's only later that geopolitical interests overshadowed uh, trade matters. So I think we should go back to our ancient past, where these countries all had deep relations with each other, and I think that the stage is set to reactivate those relations, and conferences such as this, be they virtual or physical, can only facilitate this trend, facilitate and accentuate this trend. As I said, I don't think that introductions should take too long. I've already taken more of your time than I would have liked to. I had to read out a prepared speech. So maybe this last bit, what I'm saying, can be taken as the crux of this program. And I would like to wish the program the best of luck and the best of focus. And I hope that the panelists are able to take this forward and everyone finds it a very rewarding experience. Thanks once again to ITC and the Ministry of External Affairs for hosting this. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhat Besbura, sir. You have always been a mentor and guardian for Indian Chamber of Commerce. Thanks for those inspiring words. I would now request another mentor and support of Indian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed, President, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Bangladesh, to kindly deliver his address.
Greetings from Bangladesh. Once again, I must thank ICC for engaging the regional countries in promotion of trade and investment amongst us. And I must thank the External Affairs Ministry for their kind support to events like this, which is, I totally agree with ICC, very uncommon, but very far in sight. Today, it seems diplomacy is moving more towards economic diplomacy, and that's what we are looking forward to. ICC and IBCCI, the India-Bangladesh Chamber in Dhaka, we have done many programs both in Northeast, in many areas of Northeast and also in Dhaka. And also we had invited the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in Calcutta with the ICC program there. So we had a lot of interactions. Fortunately, Delhi government is now very keen to see the development of Northeast along with Bangladesh for the betterment of both the nations. And this program is being held at a time when Modi ji is also visiting our country in a few days' time, and the whole country is geared up or gearing up towards his visit. We have a lot of pre-meetings. We had the Commerce Secretary there, we had the Foreign Affairs Minister out here. A lot of discussions are not only India, Bangladesh, but also with Bhutan and Nepal. That is where I, I would like to congratulate ICC here that it is the business and through business that the relationship or the diplomatic relationship increases and remains permanent. It is only with cross investments that we can find that we can stabilize our relationship between the two nations. I had formed this IBCCI or India Bangladesh Chamber last 15, 20 years back, and it was launched by the President of Bangladesh. So we are giving a huge stress on the economic and business relationship between India, especially Northeast. Today, I would like to give only two propositions because I have to also go away Bangladesh 11:30 to another program. So I would like to give two very vital ideas to ICC to promote on. The first and foremost is to have a buyer seller or a showcase of products of Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh and Northeast in Guwahati, which we can call BBIN showcase or showcase, ICC showcase in Guwahati, where we can all send in our exportable products to each other in that showcase, and we can open that up with a very big grand meet or grand mela in Guwahati somewhere in October, November, so that by that time we can have this showcase done and the business people of all these four regions could assemble in Guwahati and try to see and interact business itself. I have seen that in Malaysia, it works very well. So the showcase, ICC showcase in Guwahati for this region could be one takeaway from today's buyer sellers meet, which is an attempt to at least bring in together all the buyers and sellers of these regions to look at each other once again during this hard COVID times. The second proposition that I would like to tell you is that Bangladesh and India, we are working on connectivity issues, not only through road, but rail, water, and now a new bridge over Feni has been opened up by Modi ji and our Honorable High Commissioner, on our Honorable Prime Minister on the Feni, and from that point to Chittagong port is only 72 kilometers. And having said that, what I can propose to the 8 states of Northeast is now you have the corridor. I remember some 8 years back when Indian Chamber, our India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce, we had initiated a 8 state chief ministers to come to Dhaka for a mela and meeting our Prime Minister. And this idea of a bridge at Sabrum was initiated at that time. Today we have the bridge open only a few weeks back. Today we have the option of using Chittagong port for the Northeast. So I had met in contract the owner of the private ICT in Chittagong, the largest ICT container port in Chittagong. They have agreed to work with the 8 states for movement of containers, both for the world and Northeast, and also Northeast and mainland India. So we have a big opportunity now that all of Northeast can now, with the bridge opened up, we are now very much easily accessible to the sea. You are no more landlocked anymore. That is one of the, I would say, the biggest thing that ICC, IBCCI, and we together could move both the governments and do for the business community of these areas. Bangladesh too can now invest in the SEZ in Sabrum, which is being soon coming up for the people of the world to invest. So these are the two propositions I wanted to lay down today. And the owner of the ICT Chittagong is willing to talk. And if something comes out of today's meeting, we can hold a seminar on the connectivity by containers. and to make Northeast shed the curse of being landlocked and use Bangladesh truly to open up for the world. This is all I wanted to say today. Thank you very much. I once again thank the External Affairs Ministry and all the people in the dais, both physical and digital. And once again, thanks to ICC for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, sir, for your nice and nutshell speech on behalf of Bangladesh. I'm Dr. Mohammad Ansari from Metal Agro Limited. I was the director of Bangladesh Rice Research Institute. Thank you, sir.
ICC, take over, please.
Panelists to kindly
Yeah,
mute
Pranav,
their-
please take over.
Yes, yes, I am there. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So I'd request all panelists and participants who are joined virtually kindly mute your audio to avoid certain, disturbances. So now again we have with us virtually, we are joined by Mr. Kekri Vor Kevichucha, Commissioner and Secretary Industries and Commerce, Government of Nagaland. Sir, if you would kindly deliver your address and address the audience. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Oh, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you for organizing this buyer seller meet and also for facilitating us to take part also. I wish I could have been there in person, but this is the next best solution, and I hope there are some positive takeaways from here. But in the meantime, I'm here mostly to sell Nagaland, and that also in about 5 minutes, I believe. So without further ado, I would just like to say that I think most of those who have joined in here today and those who are participating have a general idea of the Northeast and the, the various states in the Northeast and the products and services that are available here. But yes, I would like to just say that Nagaland is mostly an agricultural and horticultural state. So our production is and our economy is mostly based on agriculture and horticulture products. That's not to say that we are not moving towards promoting our MSMEs, but it has totally been dominated by this by this sector, and government is also focusing a lot on this. But some of our agricultural products are very well known. I think I don't need to emphasize on them, such as the Naga King chili, honey, bamboo. Those are all open for investments and for further tie-ups. But one of the big problems that we face, and especially during the COVID time that we experienced, was that there was absolutely breakdown in the linkages, in the market linkages between villages in Nagaland and the markets in Nagaland and with markets outside Nagaland. So we had a situation where 50 tons of kiwi fruit just in the villages. And there are other situations like even other food products just getting wasted because of lack of buyers, because the market linkages just were not there. To make it clear to our participants from other countries, I just point out that Nagaland has just one point of connectivity, that's Dimapur town, which has a railway and also an airport with cargo facility. So that Dimapur is the main gateway to Nagaland. And that is where I see a lot of potential for investors to invest in Nagaland. And in Dimapur, we have already one identified space for a special economic zone. Infrastructure has already been built up, and we are. Hello. Yeah, I hope you
Yeah, please mute your
Request
mic
all the panelists to keep their.
when, yeah,
Request all the panelists and participants who have joined, kindly mute your audio. It disturbs the proceedings otherwise. Kevisucha sir, I think you can continue.
Yeah, okay. So, very interesting that.
Sorry, Debu, can you please mute that person whose voice we are hearing?
Right. Hello. Yeah. Anyway, so
আমার নাম আপনার নাম মহাবুব এবার আসলে কিছুই নেই
yeah, few more someone to speak. Right. So let me just briefly sum it up. We have an upcoming special economic zone in Dimapur, and we would like to see investors there. We have just started operations in our garment and apparel manufacturing hub in Dimapur, which has capacity for 3 units of 100 machines each, and two units have already been allotted to entrepreneurs. And we hope that investors will come forward to take these units forward also. Lastly, it's very interesting that Mr. Matlab spoke about Chittagong Port. It will be very helpful, and it's very good news for us that we can access world markets through the port also, because otherwise we had always assumed that being a landlocked state, we would not be we would not be having good trade opportunities. But that's very welcome news, and I hope we can get further assistance, and that we can make use of that. So thank you very much once again, and I'll be listening to the other speakers also. Hopefully we can take things forward here in Nagaland. I'm here as a facilitator, not just for Industry and Commerce Department, but for all the other departments that are in Nagaland. If anybody wants to reach out to other departments, they can do it through me, they can do it directly. So I'm always available. And thank you once again, ICC, for this platform.
I would now request Mr. Pobitra Ramkhand, Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Government of Assam, to kindly address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected Mr. P.K. Bejborua, Co-Chairman, NER, Indian Chambers of Commerce and Chairman of Tea Board of India. Mr. Abdul Mehtab Ahmed, President, Indo-Bangladesh, India-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. C. Rajashekar, OSD States, Minister of External Affairs. Mr. Shobha Pandit, Regional Director, NER, Indian Chambers of Commerce, and all other distinguished panelists present in this first ever Northeast Buyers Sellers Meet organized by Indian Chambers of Commerce in collaboration with Ministry of External Affairs. First of all, let me convey my sincere thanks and appreciation to Ministry of External Affairs and ICC for coming up with this idea of organizing the first ever Buyers Sellers Meet, which has provided a perfect forum for various stakeholders, including government, as well as buyers and sellers from various places to interact on a common platform. As far as the state of Assam goes, we have, as you all know, our strategic location with, especially the proximity with the ASEAN countries and the other northeastern states, provides us with a perfect opportunity for setting up a very robust ecosystem wherein we can promote and develop the exports and trade between Assam and other northeastern states and other ASEAN countries. The Look East policy, which was launched in 1991, as you all know, provided a major thrust in this regard, and which this particular policy has been again renamed as the Act East policy, which provides and which seeks to provide a platform for development of the requisite infrastructure so that trade and exports between the Northeast and the other ASEAN nations can flourish. India's share, as we all know, in BBN's total imports was 22.6% in 2016. As of 2017, ASEAN and BBN together represented an export opportunity of more than $1,000 billion for India. We have in Assam, being the largest state in the Northeast, both in terms of geographic spread and the size of the state economy, we share our borders with 7 states and mainly 2 neighboring countries, that is Bangladesh and Bhutan. The government of Assam has recently and over the years established a significant number of industrial infrastructure, including an export processing industrial park at Aminggaon in Kamrup district, 3 numbers of industrial growth centers, 11 industrial infrastructure development centers, a food park at Soigaon, and a Northeast mega food park at Nalbari district, along with 21 industrial estates and mini industrial estates, 17 industrial areas, and 18 growth centers. So presently, the state of Assam can boast of a reasonably robust industrial infrastructure, and we also provide a congenial and conducive investment climate for many investors and other potential entrepreneurs who would like to invest and set up shop in this part of the country, that is in our state. You'll be glad to know that the Industries and Commerce Department in just towards the end of last year, we had come up with the MSME establishment and facilitation of setting up of MSME Act 2020, which provides for getting and obtaining all clearances, the clearances that are required for setting up industry and enterprises in the state by 3 years. Any potential or interested investor or entrepreneur who wants to set up a unit here in the MSME category can get clearances which are required after 3 years after setting up the industry here, except for 2 or 3 clearances like electricity and power. Other requisite clearances can be obtained 3 years later. This particular act will go a long way in driving the growth in the state and also attracting numerous potential investors and entrepreneurs who would like to invest in the state of Assam. We also have a robust ease of doing business mechanism in place where about 600 plus services across 35 departments of the government of Assam have already been onboarded, and we have already developed the single window system for clearances as far as setting up of business and industry is concerned. I sincerely hope that this kind of buyers-sellers meet, as has been organized today, will go a long way in bringing together the numerous stakeholders, the buyers, the sellers, the exporters, in a common platform, and also a one-to-one interaction, which is the need of the hour, would also help in clearing and resolving various queries and clarifications that may arise in the course of the discussion. Assam government, the Industries and Commerce Department has also recently tied up and entered into an MOU with Flipkart for onboarding many of the local artisans of the state in the e-commerce platform for providing the right market linkage to their products. Already 20 odd artisans have already been on board in the Flipkart online platform. We also have recently had a discussion with Amazon for onboarding local entrepreneurs and artisans in the e-commerce and e-retail platform. I hope these initiatives will go a long way in promoting the growth of local products and also providing the right market linkage for selling the products in a much wider platform. With these words, since I was told that the time allotted is 5 minutes, I would like to conclude my talk and my comments. And I once again take this opportunity to thank ICC and the Ministry of External Affairs and all the distinguished panelists and speakers present in this inaugural session for organizing this particular virtual meet today. I hope that we have similar meets in the near future for the overall growth and economic development of the Northeast region. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much for being there. You have been with us since 19th. Tomorrow also you're going to be there with us. So thank you so much for your time. We have now virtually with us Mr. Arindam Chaudhary, Project Advisor, Sustainable Environment Resource Institute, was supposed to be here, but his mother has some ailment and she had to be hospitalized. So we have virtually Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Mission Director, the Sustainable Environment Resource Institute. So I would like to request you to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank you, first of all, ICC, for giving this opportunity. So our organization, which is based in IIT Guwahati itself, we are basically providing a platform and an opportunity for the entire Northeastern's entrepreneurs in terms of very few queries which we generally face, by these rural entrepreneurs. Whenever you go for, selling of your products, the mainly 2-3 things comes very well. The first thing, whether do you have the certifications? Are your product is very much certified by any agencies? Second, mainly the packaging quality or the standards which needs to, export, whether you have that kind of capacity. Third, there is the major challenges which we face is that which has recently been addressed by someone came, okay, whether you have the platform where you can directly connect with the buyers and the seller, where there's no need of, physically present. So like, you have the online platforms or not. So we, along with the Center for Rural Technology, IIT Guwahati, and the Research Park, IIT Guwahati Research Park, we have decided and started and established this center in IIT Guwahati itself, where we are providing these kind of facilities. So let's suppose you are a rural entrepreneurs and willing to go ahead with further, whatever be the product you have, it has to be get it certified. There are the various agencies who are who are providing the certification but unable to catch you. So we give you a platform for that. You just inform that, okay, this is the product which we have. Now, please let us know how exactly it can be certified, what exactly the challenges and other things are there. We are ready to assist you, guide you, and provide you the facility for taking that certifications and other things. For an example, if you are producing an aromatic and medicinal plants or aromatic oils, so there is an agency like the CMAP, Central Institute of Aromatic and Medicinal Plants. So they have partnered with us for providing the certifications for your aromatic and medicinal plant related things. So that creates like the value addition of your product, and also get satisfactory levels of from the buyer end. Okay, this product is already certified by the CMAP, so the quality and everything's parameters has to be known. Same way, let's suppose you need a technology also. For an example, you are producing so much of pineapple in Nagaland and everything. You need a very decentralized based processing unit. So whether I need a small kind of a technology or larger kind of a technology, and what kind of a technology innovations is required to so ensure that the quality or the packaging should be go in such a manner that the buyer from the international market should procure it. So we are ready to provide you the technological solutions along with the various institutions like the NIRI, Center for Rural Technology, IIT Guwahati, or the other, the institutions who has done this kind of, even like CSIR labs are there who are providing the technologies for that. So we will provide you the facilities as well as the technology along with the or you can say that the capacity building programs, how exactly this technology runs, how exactly this technology can help you in terms of in terms of ensuring the qualities and everything. So the technologies part that we are also covering. The third, which is there, the best part is about that, the linkages. We have on a platforms, we have created these platforms where directly you can connect with the buyers and the sellers. More than 2,000 plus rural entrepreneurs are already in these platforms where they are selling the product through our platform. There we are saying that whatever be the way, you just registered yourself as an entrepreneur or the seller or the buyer, directly go through the app-based solutions, list your product. We will just ensure that whatever be the transactions and other things, payment gateway and everything should be provided as per the information which is required, and we will be able to help you in regards to that. This will increase the the market connect. Basically we have the product, we know there isn't a buyer but there isn't a gap, so we are just ensuring that whatever be the best possible way to connect with these means buyers and sellers. So this platform is available on Android as well as the iOS systems, and this platform is having a secured payment gateway also. So directly, let's suppose the buyer, whether we're sitting in Bangladesh, want to just buy a product from the Nagaland, it's very easy. You can just do a transaction through our platform and ensure the quality and the transactions limits and everything is permissible. So we have that kind of platforms on this. The last one, which is the most important, is about the research and developments, and which is the key theme for our organizations where we are working right now. And so let's suppose you have the product and you want to do some value addition on that particular product, and you need help in regards of whether this product can be done on a, there is kind of a research is required what exactly the value addition and proposition can be done. So we will help you in this, and various the scientists and the the you can say that researchers and the scholars are connected with us. They will help you in terms of getting that product into a new value added product. So recently, like the converting your agro waste product into an ethanol. So we, along with the IITs, is working right now and delivering and doing the research in related to that. So, how exactly it can be done, and how soon it can be placed in some decentralized way, where we can directly provide these technology to the end users, or you can say that the farmers or the rural entrepreneurs, so they can get facilitated with these technologies, and they can produce these ethanols. Buyback of the ethanols and other things will be ensured as per the standards and the guidelines which is by the government of India, and then accordingly we will produce that will be used in terms of for the biodiesel productions and other things. So on considering all these facts and figures, I would thank you to ICC for providing this platform. And if anyone willing to connect with us, I will share the details and other things through email or anything. And uh, we can take up these projects in entire northeastern regions, and our major center is in the IIT Guwahati itself. Thank you once again, ICC, for giving this platform.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for the inputs. You can send the details to us to ICC's office and we'll circulate. Now we have with us Mr. Neeraj Nikunj, GEM Business Facilitator, Northeast, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. So would you kindly address the audience?
Good morning to all the dignitaries who have joined physically and virtually both, all my guests sitting out here. First of all, I must say sincere thanks to ICC and Ministry of External Affairs for organizing such an essential and wonderful event. Basically, it's between buyers and sellers. A proper linkage is always required so that buyer, whosoever wants to procure anything, they can get in touch with their suppliers. And suppliers also, sellers, so that whatever goods or services they are preparing, that is being available to all the buyer departments. Now, considering I am representing GEM here, Government E-Marketplace, I heard Secretary Sir for Assam was speaking about that they had tied up with the Amazon and the Flipkart. Now, we are there. So this particular online public procurement portal, the Government E-Marketplace, was launched on 9th of August 2016. Basically, this is there for the procurement of all kinds of government departments, be it the central government, state government, autonomous bodies, ministries, PSUs. So whatever goods and services required, they can procure it through online mode. And all the suppliers, sellers who are there doing business, they can register with us as a seller. As far as the statistics shows, so as on date, we have more than 12 lakh sellers and service providers already registered with us, pan India. And if we talk about this Assam part, then we have roughly around more than 14,000 sellers. If we talk about entire northeastern states, that we have roughly around 20,000 sellers who have already onboarded with GEM. And the total value achieved at the GEM as on date is we are touching 99,000 crores rupees. And as per the budget speech of Honorable Finance Minister, this particular portal has a potential to achieve minimum 2 lakh crore in a very short period of time. It's a huge opportunity available to all the seller fraternity. It's absolutely free of cost. You can register with us. Now, most important that northeastern states is full of this weavers and the artisans. Wonderful products are being made by them. Unfortunately, these products are confined to the local territory and the catchment, which needs to be showcased to the pan-Indian buyer departments. And Bandyopadhyay sir is already sitting here. So we have already tied up with this Ministry of Textile. we have been tried to onboard all the weavers and artisans across the country. And we have been really successful, really thankful to the Ministry of Textile and all the officials for supporting us. This is the need of our, if you want to do business with any of the government organizations, because so many places I have been there and we have been working with all the seller fraternity. Now the major hurdle they face, whom to meet, how we will get the business. Now those all hurdles have been removed in the portal, sitting at your home place. Now entire pan-India market is open for you. You are no longer dependent on your local territory or the catchment. Sitting at Assam or the Nagaland or the Arunachal, any part of these northeastern states, you can do business with any of the government organizations. What are you waiting for? It's completely open and the transparent portal, huge amount in getting incurred in this public procurement. And that was the transparency was the major approach why this gem was brought into the picture. So we have the three major approaches, this convenience, efficiency, and the transparency. On these three major approaches, we are working and we have been successful. We are really thankful to all our stakeholders, be it the buyer departments or the sellers. The support has been fantabulous and we hope that we will be receiving the same kind of supports. It's time constraint is there. So as the only 5 minutes have been given to us, so I will not take you much into details. But again, I am request you that kindly get it onboarded and where minimum required, no formality is required. As a supplier with a normal, you should have a form, bank account, that's it, email ID and the phone number. With that, you can register and you can do the business. And the most important statistic shows that out of these 12 lakh sellers, the number of MSCs, that is the micro and small enterprises, are contributing to almost 50%. And the contribution from these MSCs are 58%. Now just imagine roughly around 57,000 crores worth of transaction have come from these micro and small enterprises. Was it feasible earlier? I doubt. Forget about doing the business, even entry to a government organization was a challenge for them. Now they are doing business sitting at their home place without incurring even a single penny on any operational cost or the marketing cost. Because these all departments want their products. And they have, especially the central government department and the central PSUs, it is mandatory for them to procure goods and services through GEM only. They cannot go out of the GEM in any of the circumstances. So these all opportunity available to you. I will request all of you to just get onboarded, register yourself, register your form, upload your products or the services, whatever you're dealing with, and start doing business with the government organizations. No red tapeism, nothing. All the hurdles have been removed from the portal. And people like you, as I said, that almost 20,000 people are already doing business with this from the northeastern states. So why can't you? It's a high time because it's opportunities are huge. And if you're not onboarded on GEM, then simply you are losing this opportunity. I am based out at Guwahati. I take care of entire northeastern states. So in case of any issues, you can get in touch with us for any support or the facilitation required. And we will ensure that you are onboarded and you are not facing any difficulty as far as this procurement of goods and services are concerned through GEM portal. I think I will wind it up here, conclude here only, and really thank you ICC for giving us opportunity to be here and share the details along with all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikunj. I would like to tell the delegates present here, if you'd like to connect with Mr. Nikunj about GM or something like that, you can contact us. We can make you contact him, or we can call him to our office and you can meet him there also. Now we have with us Mr. S. Bandopadhyay, Director, East Zone, WSC, Guwahati, Office of the DC Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. So would you kindly address the audience? I'd just like to make one request to all the dignitaries present here. If our presentation is as concise as possible, so that we can go to our main primary motive, which is the biosimilar meet. I'm sorry.
Thank you and namaskar. Can carry on. So distinguished guest on the dais and august guest and dignitaries in the event, the today's Buyer Seller Meet, and that all the panelists and guests from the virtual mode. I would like to convey my thanks to ICC for giving us this opportunity in this platform. As you all know that I'm representing Development Commissioner for Handlooms. It is under aegis of Ministry of Textiles, catering and rendering technical services to the handloom industry. The industry, handloom industry and handicraft industries is scattered and unorganized, and they require tremendous hand-holding support. So today's event is very much relevant, and I'm putting some glimpses and the achievements and our flagship programs related to handloom industry. The handloom sector has a unique place in our cultural heritage. For centuries, it has been sustained by transferring skills required for weaving design from one generation to next. But the handloom industry has a prime importance both as a tool of employment generation and protection of our cultural heritage. It is especially significant for providing livelihood of women of rural areas. But the biggest challenge for the sector is to attract younger generation. Presently, the level of earnings for an average handloom weavers is far less compared to other competing occupations. Only a few skilled handloom weavers are able to achieve earning of respectable levels. And another difficulty is the social status of handloom weavers in the society. If we see the overview of handloom sector, the recognizing the significant contribution of the industry to our economy and our cultural heritage, the central government has been implementing various schemes and programs for the development of handloom sector in the country. Besides, the government has also taken several initiatives for development of weavers, which are like we have set up a trade facilitation center, namely Dindal Hastkala Shankul in Varanasi. The setup in Varanasi, it is a path-breaking initiative to boost the development and marketing of handloom and handicraft products. The Sankul was dedicated to the nation by the Honorable Prime Minister Varanasi on 22nd September 2017. The modern and integrated facility developed by the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India to support handloom and handicraft sector of Varanasi and nearby areas. This, for branding, we have another initiative called India Handloom Brand, was launched 7th August 2015 by the Honorable Prime Minister in the occasion of National Handloom Day, and promoting traditional handloom woven heritage of India and also assuring the quality products to the consumers. So far, more than 1,200 for the 1,232 registrations have been issued under 122 products categories, and so far we sold more than 800 crores product under this banner. The objective of India carrying India Handloom brand is to promote the premium brand with stress on quality of following, ensuring the quality in designing and weaving and defect-free product, safeguarding the interest of buyers, which is very important, ensure compliance with relevant social and environmental laws, conserve, promote culture and tradition relating to handlooms, promote production of high-end products, and thereby increase wage earning of the weavers substantially, and facilitate marketing of handloom products through e-commerce. Ministry of Textiles, the DC Handloom signed MOU with NIFT, National Institute of Fashion Technology, New Delhi on second National Handloom Day to promote the handlooms through fashion by introducing handlooms and handicrafts in the course curriculum of undergraduate and postgraduate courses of academic session 2016-17 onwards. It will go a long way in providing technically trained manpower to meet requirement of handlooms and handicrafts. Not only that, to develop handlooms sector in the block level, financial assistance is given in the eligible handloom agencies for design, innovation, product diversification, skill upgradation, setting up dye house, common facility center, work sheds, individual, work shed common, looms and accessories, lighting units, etc. One premium component called Hatkargha Samvardhan Sahayata, where we are providing 90% GOI share to the interested beneficiaries to get various improved and upgraded machines, devices to replace their traditional looms to get quality product. I should mention that these kind of programs, events are widely popular, and we are getting adequate proposals across country, considering any year also, to provide inputs to the handloom weavers, those who are practicing their this age-old technique in a scattered manner. To promote the handloom in northeastern region, provision of TADA to the weavers of NER for participating in exhibition and fair introduced since 2017-18 for participating various Buyer-Seller Meets exhibitions across country and abroad. E-commerce opportunities are being harnessed on large scale with the participation of multiple players. So far, 23 e-commerce entities have been engaged online marketing and handloom products with the sales of 35.47 crore. As Mr. Nikunj mentioned here, that the JAME is actively associated with us, and we have adequately associated, onboarded our handloom weavers, sellers with JAME and expecting good market. The government engaged reputed designers also. The different clusters for development of garments which were showcased in the fashion show held in the Textile India 2017, and therefore we got huge queries and orders. And to get the marketing support of handloom weavers, MOU were signed with 10 designers in the third National Handloom Day celebrated in Guwahati. To receive the address varied professional queries of handloom weavers, through the single point contact, the Bunkar Mitra helpline is launched for handloom weavers, started functioning from the January 2017. This helpline can be accessed by dialing toll-free number 1800-2089-988. This service is available in 7 languages. So far, all the beneficiaries, weavers, artisans can access in Hindi, English, Tamil, Telugu, Bengali, Kannada, and Assamese. To extend the benefit to the individual weavers outside the sanctioned block level clusters, scheme have been recently modified to extend the benefit of skill upgradation, work sheds, lighting units, looms and accessories, etc. We have signed MOU with Messrs. E-Governance Services India Limited in the third National Handloom Day celebration in Guwahati. And so far 160 common service centers are sanctioned for the handloom industry and 130 is functional in the location of various weavers cluster. It is basically while the weavers are struggling for onboarding with e-commerce portal and various IT related inputs for them and for their family members, the CSEs are working actively to provide the benefits and various schemes at the doorstep of the handloom weavers and handicraft artisans, the Ministry of Textiles organizes Hastkala Shivir from time to time. So far, more than 700 such Hastkala Shivirs were organized across the country. During these Hastkala Shivir activities like disbursal of mudra loan, supply of looms, accessories, toolkits to the weavers and artisans, issue of pechan cards, identity cards, and yarn passbook, enrollment of family members of weavers under IGNU or NIOS for open schooling, creating awareness on GST, GI, Bunkar Mitra helpline and welfare schemes, organizing various exhibitions, buyer summits, enrollment of weavers with Prime Minister Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana or Prime Minister Suraksha Bima Yojana are conducted. The flagship programs in the block level cluster development program started from 2015-16, and the financial assistance provided 2 crores for each cluster for skill upgradation and Hath Karga Sambardhan Sahayata and the construction of work sets, CFCs. And moreover, we are engaging professional designers for each cluster to provide them appropriate inputs for the market, to access the market. Besides financial assistance, 50 lakhs is granted for setting up dye house, which is essentially needed for prepare fault-free fabrics with appropriate fastness properties of dyes. So far, presently 400 plus clusters are in progress across country. Under Northeastern Region Textile Promotion Scheme, NERTPS, funds are released for baseline survey, product development, diversification, engagement of designers, procurement of computer-aided textile design, setting up of common facility center, construction of work sheds, project management cost, lighting units, etc. Funds sharing between central government and state governments or implementing agencies for purchase of such items, mostly 100%, and few cases 90:10 ratio. The total 180 such cluster development programs are conducted under NERTPS, and 106 block level clusters are conducted or in progress under National Handloom Development Program in NER. And 74 national special expos are sanctioned under NERTPS, and funds released for 15.95 crores in NER. Moreover, under NHDP programs, 184 national expo and special handloom expo district level events sanctioned under NERTPS and NHDP, which are for which fund released 21.9 crores in last 3 years. The handloom tourism village is one of the pilot project we have launched in India across country. So far, we are progressing with 5 such villages, and we feel proud that in northeastern region, in the besides national, Kaziranga National Park, we are creating the small village called Mohopada for creating the handloom tourism village. We have a proposal for establishing handloom park in northeastern region. Precisely for Assam, we got integrated handloom park, and Manipur and Arunachal submitted their proposal for establishing handloom park, where integrated activities will be launched shortly expecting by next financial year. The flagship initiatives that have created significant impact on the sector, broadly we can say Ministry of Textiles through the Office of Development Commissioner and Handlooms is working for sustainable development of the handloom sector by implementing various developmental and promotional and welfare schemes. The principal objectives of these schemes is to promote production and marketing of high quality and high value handloom products, and thereby increase the earnings of weavers and other workers associated with the sector. The skill upgradation, infusion of new designs and contemporary designs, product diversification, technology upgradations, improved products, improved access to sustained subsidized raw materials, access to to low interest credit, common infrastructure, development, brand building, marketing assistance, including promotion of e-commerce platforms and linking handloom with high-end fashion are some of the major interventions initiated by the present government. As an impact, I'm concluding these things that the northeastern states, along with some states like West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Uttar Pradesh, producing fabrics in the major fabrics in handloom sector. And we can mention that 22.9% the handloom products are saris, and the shawls, mekhela, chadar is 19.5%, and the other accessories and the daris, rugs is 3.5%, and the shirting, the yardage, the bed sheet is 3.4%, and the surgical bandage is 4.3%. But use of organized fairs, e-commerce portals, or exports is yet to become popular among the direct manufacturers. It seems that the benefits of using the web for greater outreach or representation and visibility on organized fairs have really benefited the people who source the products from the primary producers and therefore reap the benefits of the inflated margin money. Here, it may be noted that weavers and allied households located in our towns and cities have greater access to the captured market provided by the master weavers who engage individual families and contractual job works. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. We have with us Mr. Manoj Kumar Das, Managing Director, Niramek, Ministry of Donor, Government of India. So if you would kindly address the audience.
Thank you, ICC, for inviting Dynamic. Dignitaries under dais, respectable participants. I come from Northeastern Regional Agricultural Marketing Corporation. Also, I'm heading advisory and consultancy division of NERFI. And I was director of Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. And I've been working in Northeast for about 23 years, organizations linked to Northeast, and has been observing the region. And suddenly, during past decade and recently, two major events occurred. Last year, I think Bangladesh surpassed India in per capita GDP. And about one decade back, Bhutan became a middle-level income country. And that, and for, I think, last about 1.5 centuries, Northeast, or I mean, the bigger Assam was a richer region. So this has brought really a differential in terms of exportable products and also the interest that has been generated in the producers of Northeast. And we know, like Bangladesh has a very big, large population with less cultivable land, and most of it goes underwater during the summer and rainy season. And Northeast has, apart from some other states, has a huge tracts of land which are not cultivated. Also, Northeast is largely, we say organic, but I cannot say it is organic because unless you certify it is not organic. But Government of India has declared it as an organic region, and but it is largely naturally grown fruits and vegetables, and we call it organic by default. And so there brings in the interest of Bangladesh into commodities of Northeast. We are currently negotiating with a party from Bangladesh for export of maize. They require about 2 million tons every year. Then there are other products from here, like we have banana. About 80 kilometers from here, we have the largest wholesale market of banana in Asia. Then we grow jackfruit in large quantities, then ginger, turmeric, then also varieties of rice. About 300 varieties of rice, which are high value rice varieties. Then other exotic fruits, Assam lemon, then star fruit, uh, passion fruit. Then now we are growing dragon fruit, apple plum, kiwi, of course, in Arunachal. That is between 8,000 to 11,000 feet altitude. We grow kiwi. So I think we have a large bouquet of products to offer to Bangladesh. But there are problems. Problem in the sense we do not have post-harvest processing infrastructure or cold storage, cold chain. Suppose you want to evacuate something from Manipur, by the time it comes to Dimapur, it takes about 3 days and a lot of hidden cost per truck. And one commodity I forgot to mention about is a pineapple. So this kind of bioceramics is very, very useful, but then we have to have an outcome. I mean, there should be some end result of all these kind of meetings. I have attended, I think, large number in last few years, but we must see some outcome. Something we must start, maybe in a small way, then learn and try to escalate. But there are good news is that our traditional routes, where we have been trading for centuries or maybe millennia, are slowly opening up. Now our Mangla port, Chittagong port, then even Dhubri port, I visited last year. It is modernized. It can accommodate barges, and but there are some issues of I think transit. We have to use Bangladeshi vehicles and other things while going through Bangladesh. So that adds cost. I hope we arrive at something which is win-win. And Bangladesh is really growing very fast. I'm very happy about that. And it is really amazing when we visit outside. You go to Europe, the Americas, you find citizens from Bangladesh doing very well. And young country, very vibrant, dynamic, and brave people. And they are doing very well, innovative also. So with these words, I conclude my speech. And you are all welcome to come for any queries or any data, whatever you require, you come to NetFee or Dynamic. We'll be happy to support you. And for information, we are preparing a roadmap for agri-horti sector, also for uh, handloom handicraft, and then palm oil, uh, uh, under instruction of Prime Minister's office. So that we have submitted to Government of India. And there will be, I think, some package that will come and which will be useful for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you for your inputs. We would now like to, we have among us His Excellency Mr. Phup Sering, Consul General of Bhutan in Guwahati. So if you kindly address the audience. Thank you.
Slippery.
Distinguished guest speakers, business representatives attending physically and virtually, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and happy Holi. I would like to convey the warm greetings and best wishes of His Majesty, the King, and the people of Bhutan. I would also like to thank the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this international level Northeast India Bilateral meet in Guwahati and extending invitation to me and the business representative from Bhutan attending it virtually. The meet is timely for the coronavirus pandemic has affected our economy, trade, and commerce. The positive outcome from this meet will be of immense benefit in reviving and boosting our existing business-to-business link. The event will also bring together key stakeholders from Northeast and the neighboring countries on a platform for strengthening strategic business cooperation. It will also provide a platform for one-to-one interaction between entrepreneurs of Northeast India, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Bhutan and India established diplomatic relations 53 years ago. The relationship has been guided by the principle of goodwill, mutual understanding, and respect. Free trade regime exists between Bhutan and India. The framework of trade relation is provided by India-Bhutan Friendship Treaty 2007. India is Bhutan's largest trading partner. In 2019, Bhutan's import from India stands at rupees 56,659.15 million, while our export stands at 39,809.74 million. The balance of trade for the same year stands at rupees 16,849.41 million in favor of India. The major imports from India to Bhutan are diesel, parts of hydraulic turbine, including regulators, ferro products, petrol, wood, charcoal, coke and semi-coke, Portland cement, mineral products, base metals and articles, machinery, automobiles and spares, animal products, chemical, wood, plastic, rubber, and agricultural products. The major items export from Bhutan to India are electricity, ferrosilicon, Portland cement, dolomite, carbide of calcium, carbide of silicon, cement, clinkers, timber, and wood products, and a range of agricultural products and the river materials like boulders. Bhutan shares 699 kilometers of our border with India, of which 516 kilometers are with the state of Northeast India. As our immediate neighbor, Bhutan attaches utmost importance to its relation with Assam and northeastern states. For centuries, Bhutan and Assam shared strong trade, economic, and commerce relations. The establishment of Consulate General Office in Guwahati stand testimony to the importance attached to our relation with Assam and other northeastern states. The consulate is working towards deepening the people-to-people contact, strengthening trade and commerce, including various other fields of mutual benefit. It would be more apt for me to say that today, Guwahati city is the prime holiday and shopping destination for Bhutanese people, especially for those living at the border areas. However, the trade relations between Bhutan and Assam date back to the sovereign rule of Bhutan and Assam. People from Bhutan used to trade yak tails, blankets, swords, gold dust, musk, and some cash. And in return, Assam used to sell rice, silk, and salt. The trade was mostly barter system. This historical tie cemented our relationship through ages. Recently, the Northeast, especially Assam, has become destination for medical and educational tourism for neighboring countries such as Bangladesh and Bhutan. However, we need to upscale the people-to-people interactions on the business front, though coronavirus pandemic has impacted our interaction. Business is thriving. Exports of our seasonal fruits and agro products from Bhutan and import of essential items from Assam and Northeast states continue to take place, which is a positive development. In the past 2 years, I traveled to some of the northeastern states. I'm amazed by the investment made by the central and the respective state governments to further economic progress in the region. The Northeast has a bountiful resources to boost economic activities in the region. Today's meet should pave way for tapping full potential of the region's rich resources and business opportunities. Bhutan, being a close neighbor, will directly benefit from the positive development in the Northeast. Bhutan and Northeast share so many things in common, from culture, ethnicity, to rich environment. There are many areas where Bhutan and Northeast can collaborate for mutual benefit. To start with, I can say we can establish chain of high-end tourism and organic farming. Bhutan's tourism policy of high-end, low volume will be a blessing for the region. With gross national happiness as our guiding principle of development, we strive for development with values, and the same principle can be applied in the Northeast. The traders from Bhutan and Assam do trading on their own. There is no proper platform for potential business-to-business dialogue to sell their products and to share their experiences. The consulate has planned a business exchange program come buyer-seller summit this year, but due to coronavirus pandemic, we could not carry out the planned activities. However, today's Northeast buyer-seller meet may serve the purpose as many prominent business representatives from Bhutan are attending it virtually. Bhutan is also known for being organic. More than 95% of our agriculture products are either naturally grown or organic. Though there is a huge market in the Northeast, our products hardly reach Guwahati city. For instance, the agro products that the Food Corporation of Bhutan auction in Samduzangka, which is 110 kilometers from Guwahati, never reaches the city. Rather, it lands in Siliguri in West Bengal. There is some missing link. Through this buyer-seller meet, we should be able to find a solution to this missing link. Let me share one personal observation. Samduzangka town used to be the main commercial hub for Eastern Bhutan. During my I used to see many commercial activities in Samduzangka and in the bordering town of Darangamela. However, with the improved road connectivity within Bhutan, people now prefer to do business with West Bengal. The town is literally dying now. My consulate is working towards increasing people-to-people contact from Eastern Bhutan and Assam and the Northeast, thus reviving the past vibrant interaction across the border. Moreover, the government has set up industrial park to enable investors to invest in the region. I would like to invite the investors and businessmen to invest in Bhutan. We are a peaceful, politically stable country with far-sighted leadership. Bhutan's low corruption index, cheap electricity, well-educated workforce, business-friendly policies, free and open access to huge Indian market and a booming economy are enabling factors which will be an advantage for doing business with Bhutan. I'm free to meet business people and industrialists who are interested to invest in Bhutan. Moreover, my office is located at Panjawali Road, which is few minutes drive from here. I would like to assure to the gathering here that my office will facilitate doing business with Bhutan and investing in Bhutan. Bhutan always benefit from peaceful and prosperous Northeast. The positive outcome from this meet too will greatly benefit Bhutan. As the Northeast emerges to be economic hub of India, the opportunity for Bhutan will be a huge one. I look forward for successful interaction. I wish for success of this event. Thank you, Teshidile.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Phup Sering, sir, for your delivery. We now come to that part where we have among us the person who has actually conceptualized and also mentored ICC to do this program, this first ever Northeast India Biocellular Meet. So I would like to invite on the dais Mr. C. Rajsekhar, who is the state's Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, to kindly address this August gathering.
Very good morning. Namaskar. I would like to first of all thank all the dignitaries who had addressed before me and all of you, both physically and virtually, participating in this modest effort. But I'm very glad to see a large number of people physically present, and also I understand many more times people are following virtually across the countries. It's indeed a great pleasure. Also, I would like to sincerely apologize for two things. One is that we got a little behind time in commencing, and also we're delaying the actual excitement, which is the buyer-seller meet itself. So I won't stand long between you and the event. Although I have a long speech prepared, I would, first of all, I must say how happy I am because I'm coming back here after 20 years. It reminds me my nostalgic visit 20 years ago when there used to be a flight between Bangkok and Guwahati. I was posted in Tokyo. I speak Japanese. And I served with, had the privilege to serve with the Honorable External Affairs Minister, who was also there in Tokyo. So after our posting, we traveled from Bangkok to Guwahati. It was excitement that time. And I made a lot of Japanese friends. I've been telling about the beauty, diversity, and the talent of Northeast people in India. So they all came. And we went to different places, of course, to Kaziranga. So today, all those happy memories come to my mind. I'm very happy that we have this wonderful event. I must most sincerely thank all the state governments of the Northeast for participating, for supporting, and encouraging this event. In particular, I would like to thank dear Consul General of Bhutan, Mr. Phup Sering from Bhutan. Bhutan represents our nearest neighbor, not only geographically, but also close to our heart. As Mahatma Gandhi himself said, Bhutan is our nearest neighbor. And also today, as we were sitting there before coming into the formal part, we discovered that we both are batchmates, that we both joined public service in the year 1990, that Mr. Namge, my batchmate who I got to train in Mussoorie, and Mr. Chering, all joined together. So there is an immediate fruit that we got to meet and make friends. This is a here and now instant fruit. I would like to most sincerely thank all those who have given valuable inputs. Uh, Neeraj has given the opportunity of GEM. In fact, he has been very gracious that he is bringing a facility at your doorsteps. Here is an opportunity to register and benefit, to uh, sell your wares to various governments of states and also the government of India. This is a small and new endeavor. I'm very glad that most of you are saying this is the first ever. It's indeed a great privilege to be part of this. It is very difficult in these days of the pandemic when everybody is very hesitant and nervous to step out, that the going gets tough. As the saying is, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So I would like to congratulate the ICC and all the counterparts in Bangladesh. Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed has given us two ideas to carry home and reflect and realize. One is a showcase. I would request all of you to come up with ideas how best and how quickly to organize this. Mr. Ahmed has suggested that this showcase may be sometime in October, November, whenever convenient for you, with the help of all the concerned. We look forward to organizing. The second one he said is connectivity through containers, through Chittagong port. So these two, because as our Honorable Prime Minister is traveling to Bangladesh next week, this opportunity comes under focus. It is up to us to avail and make most out of this. And Northeast is the new focus. There is clear directive from Honorable Prime Minister that firstly, neighborhood first. We have enormous goodwill for India around the world. And the focus of the government of India is to bring that goodwill, to translate that goodwill to tangible fruits of cooperation. And it's only natural that we trade and exchange with our neighbors. Earlier speakers have said, even transcending the geopolitical national borders, traditionally we have been exchanging goods and services, and this government is very committed to revive and rejuvenate all those linkages. And today there is this pandemic, but this crisis can be a new opportunity that we can reinvent our role and explore opportunities. It was wonderful to see that the India-Bangladesh Chambers president is here. So in a way, the geographical distance can shrink with a bit of innovation and application of thought and all of us coming together. And Honorable External Affairs Minister was here last month. He has conveyed that Government of India is clear that only a secure and prosperous East can ensure a secure and prosperous India. And we're all working to ensure that Northeast is more connected. You're all aware of the various connectivity projects that we're doing. And a more connected Northeast is a more enabled Northeast. A more enabled Northeast is naturally more thriving and more contributing to India and the well-being of all of you, all of us. And there are many more ideas to realize. I'll just mention a couple of them. One is just like the Raisina dialogue, we would like to launch a new dialogue, Northeast dialogue, to listen to various voices, representatives in the Northeast as to how more and better can be done to bring to bear the foreign policy diplomatic gains to benefit the people of the region. The second thing is the Honorable Prime Minister has launched Azadi Ka Amrut, which is the 75 years of India's independence. These celebrations go on for 75 weeks, right up to culminating on 15th August 2023. So to commemorate that also, we can do many events. This is only a beginning. And I would like to most sincerely thank each and every one of you, in particular, my dear colleague, Naurem, head of the branch secretariat, Guwahati of the Minister of External Affairs, and also Pranam Majumdar, the force behind putting together, and each and every one of you. I would like to conclude once again, thanking you all and wishing you all happy Holi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and your inspirational words. We we have with us the Regional Director of Indian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ishantor Subhapandit. I request him to kindly deliver the closing address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Sri Rajashekar, sorry, for his wonderful words. And really, he has done an excellent summing up, actually. He has done my job easier. And so I wouldn't reiterate what the earlier speaker has spoken. I would like to request, sir, that actually we have done a Indo-Bangladesh stakeholder meet where basically it was for the usage of the Chittagong and the Mongla port. So it was both the countries has appreciated and both the countries' bureaucratic and stakeholders were there, including the containers association people, the officials, the ministers of shipping from Bangladesh, also the Indian counterpart was there. If the SOP can be maybe expedited or it can be made it operational rather, because it's an opportunity where notice can be hugely, largely benefited. Just to give you a background, sir, uh, before the independence and during the time of independence also, Northeast India was contributing hugely, and the main influencing factor was the river right, the river routes. So if you can really expedite the factor, and Chittagong and Mongla port, if it becomes operational for the Northeastern people, it can work like it will excellently work in terms of business. So I'm taking the opportunity to request you that. And also, sir, maybe if we can do something for the BBIN, if not BBIN, maybe the BIN format, if you can really work it out. Because in real terms, then only our physical business trading can really work or will give positive results. And with that, I would like to thank our media friends who are present here today in spite of Mr. Amit Shah's visit to Guwahati. Thank you very much, all the media friends. I would like to thank Mr. Mr. Abdul Matlub Ahmed, President Indo-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would like to especially thank Mr. K. Vichusa, Commissioner and Secretary, Industry and Commerce, Government of Nagaland. I would like to thank Pavitra Kumar Ramkhaund, ACS Secretary, Industry and Commerce, Government of Assam. I would like to thank Mr. Nilaj Nikunj, GM Business Facilitator, Northeast Ministry of Commerce and Industry. I would like to thank Mr. S. Bandhupadhyay, Director, East Zone, Guwahati, DC Handloom, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. I would like to thank Manoj Kumar Das, Managing Director, Neramic, Ministry of Donor, Government of India. I would also like to thank His Excellency Mr. Phub Sering, Consul General of Bhutan in Guwahati. I would like to thank Mr. Noran Singh, who has really helped us from day one while we initiated this project. I would like to thank him very much, and also his team, including Mr. Roy. So just coming to the point, we'll be having a very interesting and productive, productful, maybe a buyer seller meet. We'll just take a 15 minutes break and immediately we'll assemble here. The format is there are few people, international buyers who are there in different parts in these three countries like Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. So they will be listening to us. So we'll be having our sellers here. Our seller will display the product, have an initial interaction. And why I'm saying it's an initial interaction, because in the present scenario, it's very difficult to have an interaction and do a total business deal. So what we are doing is, as a follow-up process, after the introduction, after we initially exchange our business views, what we will do is ICC will take a cue and also do a one-to-one interaction with those people, basically the buyers sitting internationally and the sellers who are present here today. So we'll be happy to take the initiative, taking it forward after the buyer-seller meet. So what I'm trying to say is, after the buyer selling, it's very important that we do a follow-up and do a real-term business deal. So one-to-one, we'll take it up with the people. So whoever requests us to do a connect with those buyers, we'll be happy to do that just after the meeting, and also tomorrow, day after, and the days to come. With these words, I exit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Subha Pandit. We are now come to the closing of this inaugural session. We have arranged for some tea and refreshments for you. So we've taken on around 15 minutes break, and after that we are going to start our actual session, which is the buyer-seller meet. So thank you. The media friends, I would like to tell you that we are arranging a media briefing of Sri Rajsekhar sir in the conference room. I'd request Mr. Siddharth Roy to kindly take our media friends to the conference hall. Thank you.
Hello? I can't hear you. You.
I can hear you. Mr. Amirul, I can hear you.
Yes. So tell me
Good afternoon.
what. Good afternoon. Tell me what product you can supply. Actually, let me explain. I'm not the actual importer. I'm a go-between importer and you yourself. So I can work as a middleman, your agent, supplies agent, So I have very good contact amongst the importers who are especially import spices of all variety. So what products you can supply?
I deal with stone aggregates and stone borders.
Oh, I see. For stone aggregates and stone boulder, no.
Yeah,
Sorry, no. I thought, in fact, no, I know some, but not. In fact, this meeting was supposed to discuss regarding spices and agro products, not a stone thing.
Okay, can you put me across to?
I can. So I would appreciate the stone. Yeah. So send your code to my email. You get my email through the from the Indian Chamber, and quote your port of discharge, where quantity and etc., so that I can help you establish the contact between the buyer and yourself. Okay. Am I clear?
So anybody, no, not clear, Mr. Amirul. Can you repeat once again?
Get my email from Indian Chamber and send me the code, including place of discharge, the border port or seaport, whatever suits, the volume. So with validity.
Okay.
And
Fine.
keep a provision commission for our agency work. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Sir, to the online participants, virtual participants, a very good afternoon. We, the physical participants from here are still getting ready. We are starting in 5 minutes. So kindly, I'll give the cue.
Hello. Start
Good afternoon. I would request all who have come to participate in the buyer-seller meet, please assemble at the auditorium. I'd request all the sellers and all the delegates who are here physically, kindly assemble at the dining hall to ensure the buyer-seller meet.
Hello.
Mr. Datta. Hello, Mr. Datta. Good afternoon. Mr. Datta.
Yes.
We would like to meet.
Yes.
I would like to meet the stone border and aggregate buyer in Bangladesh. I am from Gelifu, Bhutan.
Yeah, yes.
I am through virtual. I want to meet. I want to meet virtually.
Yes, yes, sir. We will coordinate your thing. Please wait for 2-3 minutes. We are starting it formally. Please wait for 2-3 minutes, sir. We
Okay,
will
okay,
introduce individually all
okay,
the buyers who are there virtually.
okay.
Hello. Debu, are you connected?
Yes, I am connected.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the buyer-seller meet, which is our main propaganda, main idea of this program. So now, Debu, can you see Mr. AMM Farhad in the link? Initially, we're going to start with the introduction, very brief. Voice is low. Very brief introduction about the international buyers, their name, their company name, their sectors, and
I would request all the people, all participants, kindly take your seats here. When the demonstration comes, you can go to your individual stalls.
I will request international buyers to kindly introduce themselves one by one, their name, the company they are representing, the sector in which they are operating, and in which northeastern states and which sector they will be interested. So at the beginning, I'll like to request Mr. AMM Farhad to come online and give his introduction. And Mr. Farhad, are you there? Next, we can move on to Mr. Muhammad.
Repeat it once more. Mr. AMM Farhad, Group CEO, the Metal Private Limited. Are you there, sir? Mr. AMM Farhad, you were previously logged in. Okay, then Mr. Next.
Mr. Muhammad Mahbub E. Khoda from Metal Biotech Nursery Manager. Sir, are you there? Dr. Ansar Ali, Executive Director, Metal Biotech Nursery, Bangladesh. Sir, are you online?
Hello. Okay, now let us first introduce, I think they are there. I can remember.
Mr. Animul Islam. He is a very young gentleman who has been waiting for a very long period of time. Sir, would you like to introduce yourself and tell your business interest, what products you are interested in, and what your company is doing and what you can are interested to buy. Please, sir, over to you.
Sir, are we audible, Mr. Aminul Islam? We can see your video, Debu. He's buffering.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Debu, can you?
He is online, but his video, he has to just switch on from your end. Well, I'm not
Islam, you can hear us?
Anyway, in basically, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can very much hear you. Please carry on.
Yeah, I'm basically in logistics as well as in some trading. So basically, I'm not in import business, but because of logistics, I have, contracts with all the importers. And basically, I was in Guwahati twice because Northeast, on the invitation in Chamba in 2019 and 20. Anyway, I had interaction with the Santara Naoliochi. But they may talk to your top of the interesting products and spices. So I would like to make some spices supplier exporter as well as agri products exporter.
Debu, his
So I'd
voice is
appreciate
not
you.
coming.
আমিনুল স্যার, আপনি আর একবার বলবেন, আপনার আওয়াজটা শোনা যাচ্ছিল না।
Oh, I don't know. কেন?
স্যার আপনার ভিডিওটা সুইচ অফ করুন বিকজ
আমি
ব্যান্ডউইথ লোর জন্য আপনার হচ্ছে।
Debu, please, please, or video, can't you, this one, switch it off?
Sir, please kindly switch off your video because your bandwidth is low. That's why voice is breaking.
Okay, I have put off the video. Okay, is it clear now?
Yeah, now please.
Okay, sir. Yeah,
now
absolutely, sir.
Okay, fine. So basically, I'm in logistics for long, almost 45 years. So because of logistics, I have contacts with all importers, exporters of Bangladesh. I am not myself or my company is not involved in import trade, but because we are in constant contact with importers, we can help contact the suppliers with the importers to source the materials from Northeast India. We can act as the local agent for the suppliers in Bangladesh. And my customers are interested mostly in spices and agro products. So I'd appreciate Indian Chamber to, introduce me some of the spices exporters and agro products exporters from Northeast India. Am I clear? Hello?
Hello, thank you, sir, for your nice introduction. Now I'll repeat it again. Mr. Muhammad Il Khuda, are you present, sir, online? Next, we may have Mr. Somebody from Bhutan, Mr. Yeshi Dorji. Madam, are you there? Mr. Norbu, I can see you. Are you hearing us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Mr. Norbu,
can I go ahead?
kindly introduce yourself. Yeah, kindly introduce yourself, your name, your company profile, and the products you are interested and the business you are interested in to do business with Northeast India. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deepak. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon. Salam alaikum. I am Dojin Nuru from Gelifu, Bhutan. Gelifu is 60 kilometers north of Bongaigaon Oil Refinery. I am a consultant of mining, environment, river and transport, rock export, boulders, ballast, aggregates, and I am a partner in one big export company. We are at the moment supplying ballast to India, and we would like to supply stone chips or 20 mm to 15 mm down and ballast and boulders to Bangladesh. Especially, we are interested in supplying stone chips to Bangabandha rail project at Guwapur. I think the rail project is 300-meter upstream of Yamuna Bridge, that Bangabandha Bridge. We are interested to supply chips there, and they might need stone boulders for river training to have the abutment, approach, and return wall. So we are interested to supply stone boulders also. And then we also like to supply as far as Chittagong, Mungla, Paira, on which we got the port of transit just now. It's not a port of call. So we are interested to supply throughout Bangladesh, and at the moment we are supplying to India, in mostly in Assam. So I'm interested to meet the buyers or the suppliers or the consumers of stone chips for the roads and bridges and ballast for railways. Especially, I heard that there is 100-kilometer Dhaka rail project, and there we would like to supply, and we like to supply boulders for river training. And for the river and transport, I would like to meet with the prospective owners or users of Bangladeshi barges. Bangladeshi barges can come up to Jogigopa, which is just 100 kilometers from our area. So we can start loading from Jogigopa and send it to Bangladesh. So I'm interested to meet the vessel owners also. Yes, please, Mr. Datta. Yes, Mr. Datta.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction.
No, I have one point, please. One point. And one is the buyers of stone chips, ballast, and boulders. Another one is vessel owners. The third one, I would like to I have a lot of comments on Jogigopa River Port. So on these three, I would like to get all these three issues addressed when I'm in this August conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I can see Mr. Amin Badruja Amin from Bangladesh. Mr. Amin, can you hear me? Hello. Mr. Kinli Bidha.
No, Doji Norbu. I'm Doji Norbu.
No, you are Dolce Norbu. Oh, I understand. Mr.
Yes,
Kinli Bidha, are you there? I can see your inner link. Hello, Mr. Kinli.
Kinli Bida is a madam. She's a lady from Bhutan. From the name it suggests.
Norbu sir, thank you. Yeah, Norbu sir, thank you for your interest. We'll try to connect you to somebody from Bangladesh, somebody significant from Bangladesh who actually would like to go on with your thing. So today is
Okay,
initially today it's an initial introduction. We will connect with you within a day or two. Kindly be online.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Please keep it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please switch off your audio, sir.
Okay, I'll do that.
Please mute your audio, sir. Yeah. So we have
I
Mr.
muted the audio.
Sir, it's still not mute. Mr. Badrudoja A. Rof, you are connected.
Yeah.
Badrudoja Rof.
Yeah,
from Bangladesh?
this is Badruddin.
Okay, okay, sir, fine, fine. So please introduce yourself, sir.
Good noon. This is Badruddoja from Bangladesh. I am owner of Karuka Trading. I would like to thank Indian Chamber of Commerce, India, to give me opportunity to join this event and give me chance to contact NER suppliers and basically producers. Previously, I have imported many kind of fruits like as pomegranates, orange, apples, amloki, and sometimes onions. I also import stone chips. Now I am interested to import ginger, turmeric, and chili, and also interested in green tea. Thanks to all.
স্যার থ্যাংক ইউ আপনি আপনার অডিওটা একটু মিউট করবেন আমরা এখান থেকে দেখছি ফিজিক্যালি বা ভার্চুয়ালি কেউ আছে যদি আপনার এটাই অডিওটা বলছি anybody here who's interested in the products which he has shown interested in turmeric he said
Turmeric, chili,
yeah so would you please
ginger.
introduce Rauf Saab, we are introducing you to somebody. Please introduce yourself. I request the camera to kindly focus on him.
Hello, sir. This is Dipankar from Jolkori. We do trade in ginger, like you have said, ginger and turmeric. We do trade in it. Like we have collaborated with some like FPO, FPCs in Karbi Anglong area, so they are growing these things. So like if you are like interested, we can have a talk.
So Rauf Saab,
Please
what we
repeat
will do?
your
Rauf Saab, আপনার অডিওটা আপনি মিউট করা আছে অন করুন অডিওটা
hello.
হ্যাঁ বলুন
Hello.
So
Please repeat your organization, please. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Bardoza, you are
Yeah.
interested in stone chips also, no? You are interested in stone chips.
Sir,
Yeah,
Norbe sir, just a second, we'll connect you. Now,
Okay,
Mr.
okay.
Please kindly mute yourself.
Now,
Okay.
we also have Mr. Jahangir Holdar from Golden Fiber Trade Center.
Jahangir.
Patruja Saab, Rauf Saab, আমাদের এখানে একজন আছে ইনি হলো জলকুয়ারি থেকে হি ইজ ইনটু টার্মেরিক এন্ড জিঞ্জার আই সাপোজ সো হোয়াট উই উইল ডু আমরা কি করব যে আপনার আর ওনার সঙ্গে একটা পার্সোনালাইজ আমরা একটা ভার্চুয়াল মিটিং করিয়ে দেব আজকে আমরা আপনার ডিটেইলসটা নিয়ে নিলাম ওনার ডিটেইলসটাও নিয়ে নিলাম সো কালকে বা পরশুদিনের মধ্যে উই উইল ডু আ ভার্চুয়াল মিট উইথ হিম ফাইন so there's another person here who's interested to talk about Rauf Saab about green tea from Aromica. Use the camera to kindly focus.
Hello, am I audible?
Rauf Saab, আপনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন এনাকে?
হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছি
আপনি আপনার অডিওটা মিউট করে দিন না তখন আরো ক্লিয়ারলি শোনা যাবে
Good afternoon. My name is Ranjit Borua, and I represent a venture called Aromica Tea. We are based in Guwahati, and we are manufacturers and producers of different blended teas that involves green tea, black tea, orthodox, white tea, yellow tea, and different kinds of value-added teas. Some of the teas that has found a very good market response are the blue tea, the other blends like lemongrass ginger, tulsi tea, the masala tea, and we have a very specialized product called Bhojolokia tea. So similarly, we have around 30 types of teas. So we would be very interested and keen to know, and we'd like to showcase our teas, and we'd like to understand if there is any market possibility of the different types of wellness teas and the value-added teas, plus the different teas like the handcrafted orthodox, the white teas, or different black teas. Thank you very much.
So Rauf Sahab, we have got here two people. One is Aromica, another is Jolkori. So ইনাদের সঙ্গে আমি আপনাদের একটা ভার্চুয়াল মিটিং একটা করিয়ে দেব কালকে বা পরশু, ঠিক আছে? So that is something very personal within them. So I'd request Aromica and Jolkori, please provide us with your email. We have the details. Kindly just to keep it, remind us it to us so that we can pursue it. Fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rupok.
ঠিক আছে রব সাহেব, আপনার সঙ্গে আপনি থাকুন লাইনে, আপনাকে মিউট, আপনার আর কিছু রিকোয়ারমেন্ট আছে?
1 মিনিট, আপনি কালকে আমাকে দিলে দুপুরের পরে দিবেন বিকেলে?
আপনাকে আগে ফোন করে জিজ্ঞেস করে নেব, তারপরে আপনাকে দেব টাইমটা, ঠিক আছে? আপনি এখন লাইনে থাকবেন, আপনার অডিওটা খালি মিউট করে রাখবেন। মিস্টার জাহাঙ্গীর হলদার।
Hello, Mr. Jahangir Haldar from Golden Fiber Trade Center. Can you hear us, sir?
Mr. Jahangir.
You are absolutely audible.
No, not Debu, not to you. We are talking about Jahangir Haldar. We are not hearing him.
Okay, but
We are not hearing him, Debu. But our host can hear him.
I can hear him, but you have to check please at your end.
Audio এটা অজন মানুহে কথা কৈ আছে। But Debu শুনি আছে। Debu, can you unmute the person? Can you unmute him?
Yeah, just trying. Yeah. Which name actually he has showing his name in this panel?
His name is there. Look, Debu, we'll get to the next person now.
Okay.
When we get to the next person, if he's by that time, yeah, show me the names, Debu. Debu, please keep on participants' names. Just a sec. I'll also access it.
I am WhatsApp you the name who already joined here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello,
Mr. Kinley,
Miss.
Kinley Bidha from Bhutan.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can also see you and hear you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Kile Bida. I'm from Bhutan, and I currently work in Trade Trading Corporation of Bhutan Limited, which is a trading company and a state-owned corporation. We deal in various products like automobile starting from Toyota to Tata and Aisha, and recently with the SML. We also have many other products from different brands. And we are also the official and sole distributor of Toyota Japan, TTC. Thank you.
So, are you interested? What kind of products are you interested in? Any kind of products from the Northeast?
For now, like we actually joined this session, and we are very much interested in exploring in a lot of division in business portfolios. However, as for now, we are more into the export of Boulder by STCBL currently, and rest of the products for now we are not very sure. However, we will definitely explore in the coming time.
So now you export Boulder.
Yes, we do boulders to Bangladesh, and being part of this session, our only objective was to to explore towards business portfolios that we can look into exports especially.
Okay, fine. So what we will do, anybody here who's into the Boulder business, this one? Stones. So madam, be there on the line. Anybody virtually who's there? Anybody from virtually who's there? Can you, I hope you can hear us. Would you like to connect to Ms. Kinley? Debu, are we all audible to the participants who have logged in?
Yeah.
Is anybody reacting anything? Fine, we will do it in due course of time. Madam, please be online. Please be online. Keep your audio mute. Please be online.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mahabub-e-Khuda. Mr. Mahabub-Khuda.
Mr. Khuda.
Mr. Noel Ramon. Noel Ramon, you are logged in. We can see you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, can we see you?
Yeah, definitely. Why not?
Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Bangladesh, and you just talked to my boss there, Kinley Bidha ma'am, and I'm working here in Bangladesh for HDCBL. Definitely, we have a license office in here. So whatever is exporting from Bhutan, we are taking care of it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mahabub-e-Khuda. Sir, you are logged in. Can you hear us? Mahabub-Khuda. Debu, anything can be done to pin him or to, Mahabub-Khuda is logged in.
Actually, who is on the online, just he can speak by unmuting. That's all. But nothing. Nobody who has not joined, I can do that one.
No, he has joined. His name is there in the. That's why I'm.
Maybe he is not at his desktop or laptop or mobile. Maybe. Otherwise, you have to connect through the phone number.
Acha, then Mr. Tandin Lamo, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
You are there?
Yes, sir.
Can we see you? Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Tandin Lamo. I'm from State Trading Corporation of Bhutan, and I'm working under Planning, Monitoring, and Business Development. Like Madam Kile Bida has said already, that we are interested in Boulder business. So our interests are same.
Fine.
Mr. Khuda, are you there?
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Mr. Khuda, I just
Mr.
got your.
Kota, you are online. Please respond.
Mr. Khoda is online. We can see him also. Mahadev E. Khoda. Mahabub E. Khoda. স্যার শুনতে পাচ্ছেন আমাদেরকে? মেহবুব খুদা স্যার আপনার ব্যান্ডউইথটা লো হয়তো সেই জন্য ভিডিওটা অফ করুন, শুধু অডিও দিয়ে কথা বলুন। মেহবুব খুদা, I think there's some issue with his connectivity, na Debu?
I think there may be some connectivity issue at his end because he is unmuted also, but not sound is coming here.
He's buffering, his image is buffering.
Yeah.
So let's, খুদা সাহেব শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? মেহবুব এ খুদা স্যার আপনার ভিডিওটা আপনি অফ করে দিন। Kindly switch off the video and keep only the audio, then we will be able to connect to you.
Yes.
Mehboob Khuda. Okay, now we will now come to this one from that, cell. Hello. Acha, now we will, Khoda sahab, apni garite achen. Apnar videota off korun. That is why
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but
Hello?
you switch off your video. That's why you are not been able to this one. Please talk only on audio because your bandwidth has issues. আপনার ভিডিওটা অফ করুন, হ্যাঁ অডিও দিয়ে কথা বলুন। এখন বলুন হ্যালো, না আপনার ভিডিওটা অফ করুন স্যার। এখন আমাদেরকে শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Now please introduce yourself. But if you keep your video on, we will have disturbance in hearing you. So kindly switch off your video and we can hear you. Please introduce yourself, Mr. Mahabub e Khuda. Acha, Mehboob Khuda, we are currently not trying to able to connect to you. When your connectivity improves, we will surely get back to you. I see somebody, Mr. Tandin Lamo. Are you there? Tandin Lamo, you are connected.
Yes, Mr. Khoda, we can hear you. Please carry on.
Khoda sahab, আপনার শুনতে পাচ্ছেন আমাকে? মেহবুব এ খুদা, he is driving, I think. আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, Tashi Pemo, you are connected. Can you please unmute yourself and address the gathering?
Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sharing Funso, Mr. Sharing Funso. Mr. Funso, you are logged in. Can you hear us? Tasi Pemo.
Hello?
Mr. Tasi Pemo, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Mr.
Hello?
Tasi Pemo, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but can you hear me? Hello?
Pranam, can you hear Kasisumo's voice?
Okay, now we'll continue.
Hello.
What we will do right now, to all the buyers who are there logged in, we would like to our sellers to introduce yourselves to them, please.
Hello, I am from TCPL Packaging Limited. and we are one of the biggest player in case of folded, mono printed folded cartons and corrugated cartons. We are supplying to most of the FMCG companies in India and about 22 countries abroad also, including Bangladesh. Recently, we have received some orders from Unilever, Nepal also. So we are more interested in our neighboring countries and mainly ASEAN countries for developing our business.
Mr. Datta, the sound is gone. No sound. Mr. Datta, his sound is not coming. Mr. Datta. Mr. Datta, no sound.
Hello, Mr. Datta, you are not audible.
He has done mute. He has muted. He has to unmute. Mr. Abhishek Paul, you have to unmute. We are not able to hear anything.
Yeah, I can hear you, but from the host side, it's not audible anything.
No, they have muted, so we cannot hear theirs. So anybody,
Yeah,
Yeah,
anybody
Mr.
there's
inside
Datta,
the
some
hall,
kind.
if they can.
please check at your end because you are unmuted. Mr. Datta,
Indian Chambers host is unmuted. That's why we are not able to hear anything. Indian Chamber host, please unmute. You have to unmute. We are not able to hear anything.
he is already unmuted.
No. Still it's showing mute. Still it is showing mute.
We are a startup company incubated under Assam. What we do, we actually update the blue collar job workers and we connect them to the market. So whoever are listening to me from the respective countries, we look forward for a potential collaboration in your countries, so that together we can work and update the people in your countries as well. And we are getting a good number of traction here in Assam, and we will be expanding to Northeast in all the states very soon. And we look for a potential partnership in your respective countries. Thank you. Thank you, Guru.
Thank you to Indian Chamber of Commerce. I am representing here Coffee Board of India. Actually, we are not selling or buying anything, but we are promoting and we are giving platform to the exporters. We are issuing the origin certificate of coffees. As you all know that Indian coffees are highly quality, and even in North Eastern region, 300 tons of coffee we are getting, and many entrepreneurs are coming nowadays, those who are selling their product online also and offline also.
So if any one of you are interested, please works with us through the ICC. We will leave all the links. You can access us on indiacoffee.org website also. There also you can ask, you can request for coffee and cooler watching. You will thank Coffee Board for being this, from Bhutan, whoever has still not spoken, Sir Bahora, I could see Chiran Bahora. So Chiran Bahora, you're on the phone.
Hello.
Bhutan, who wants
Hello.
to talk?
Yeah. If I can
Can you hear
burgeon.
me?
Yeah. Hi. This is Kaushik. Hi. This is Kaushik. If I can burgeon. See, I mean, Mr. Chiran
Abhishek
Gora.
Pal.
Oh, his,
Pal, can you hear us?
Yes, I
his
can hear.
video is muted.
Abhishek Pal,
Hello,
would you
hi.
like to introduce yourself, Abhishek Pal?
Hi, can you see?
Mr. Chiran Bahora, Abhishek Pal is there. Abhishek Pal,
Am I audible?
yeah,
Hello.
Mr. Pal, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so we are a small FMCG company of Silchar, is situated at the southernmost part of Assam. So we basically manufacture products like disinfectant floor cleaner, toilet cleaners, dishwash gel, tiles cleaner, and herbal phenolics. So
Sorry,
looking
sir.
forward to anyone who
Mr.
is
Pal, would
interested
you
in.
like to introduce yourself? We cannot hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Can you please
Am I
help us
audible?
unmute the
Yeah, he's
participants?
unknown because check at your end. There is some problem for the sound
Fine,
right
we
now.
will take the introduction from our physical side.
Mr. Abhishek is clear. Admin from your
I
side,
think there
you
is
are.
some from Rupak
Mr.
sir's
Datta,
end.
you are. Mr. Datta, your video, your sound, both are not working.
We are into the
Mr.
manufacturing
Datta,
of
please check
plastic
your sound
injection molding
device at your
household
end.
as well as furniture items, just like chairs, plastic dining table, basins, and mug. If you require anything else regarding plastic, then you can contact us. And in our another company, which company name is Keshri Udyog, in which we are into the manufacturing of bamboo made products, just like uh, raw incense sticks, bamboo straw, bamboo sealers, bamboo screwers. So all these products we all are made from bamboo only. So if you require raw incense sticks, so if you really want to promote Indian market, so kindly contact us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now I will pass on the mic.
Hello, Mr. Datta.
Mr. Datta, please switch on your video and your audio both. Get it unmuted.
Space Robotics Laboratory, SRL. So we are basically a robotics company, robotics and automation company. We are a startup presently incubated at IIM. So we develop robots for different fields, starting from agriculture to defense and space.
Nothing is audible now. Not audible, not visual, both.
And run your, help your organization.
eco. Yeah, keep your business going. Apart from that, the devices, we have different kind of devices. So one is a smaller devices that can be used in small spaces. We have bigger robots that can be used in industry, cinema halls, I mean big halls. And the same devices can be used in food industry to increase the shelf life of the food. So it can be used in operation theaters and hospitals to reduce hospital acquired infections. And you can use it to I mean water purification systems. You can use in odor removal. So there are different kind of applications. These are the products as of now we have. And further, if you need any kind of support in automation and robotics, you may contact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, from Neramek.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Arjun Parali. I'm the AGM marketing for Naramek. It's a organization under the Ministry of Donor. We are a government of India enterprise. We are into marketing of agri-horti products of Northeast. So for any requirement of agri-horti products of Northeast, we are the go-to firm. So that's about it. So we basically aggregate from the FPOs and supply it to manufacturers and exporters across the world. Thank you.
We'll come to each one of you. Please don't worry.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. I am Shogoto Banerjee from Creative Enterprise. We usually deal with firefighting equipments and safety products. We also design firefighting systems like hydrant systems, sprinkler systems, and detection systems. We mainly deal with safety products and all things. Anyone who is interested in safety products can contact us on our decks. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, myself Kanin Kumar Das. I belongs to Assam Swalkosi. My factory name is Assam Silk Weaving Factory. So we are producing the sari, silk sari, chadar mekhela, and shirt also, in cloths also. So my employees are actually 45. So if you need any kind of sari, silk sari, and chadar mekhela, bridal chadar mekhela, and cotton shirt and plain clothes, so you can contact me.
Hello.
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 So you can contact me. My phone number is 9678641628.
Hello.
Hello, who's there online?
Hello, myself Khanin Kumar Das from Assam, Swalkosi.
Yeah, thank you. There's somebody online, I think. Okay. Fine, we've got it. Right, kindly sit down. Thank you. Anybody from online who wants to respond or who was trying to talk to us?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Datta.
Yeah.
I'm Abhishek
Please tell me.
from Flash Bloom LLP. We are an FMCG manufacturer based out of Northeast. Our industry is situated at Silchar, the southernmost part of Assam, and we manufacture products like disinfectant floor cleaner, toilet cleaner, dishwash gel, tiles cleaner, and herbal phenyls. So if anyone is interested in health and hygiene products, please do contact me, and I'm looking forward to trading in South Asian countries, especially in Bangladesh, since it is located very near to Bangladesh. Thank you.
Fine, Mr. Abhishek, we'll connect you to somebody from Bangladesh. That we will do it in a personal chat situation. And also, if anybody is interested in his products, yeah. One sir is interested, Mr. Pal, he would like to talk.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Mr. Paul. I am Surendra Chokhani from TCPL Packaging Limited. And we
Hello,
are
sir.
hello, sir. And we are in business of manufacturing folded cartons, printed folded cartons as well as corrugated cartons. So far I feel in your product you may require our packaging material.
Yes,
So
sir.
in that, I think we can have a good business and we can discuss it further.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
I'll welcome you. Huh? If and my details can be taken from ICC.
Yeah.
My total address and everything can be
Yeah,
procured
we
by
need
you.
corrugated boxes for our packaging, and
Yeah,
sure, it will be pleasure to connect with you.
yeah. Yes, sir. We'll welcome you. Thank you.
So Mr. Pal will provide TCPL's contact to you, and TCPL also will be provided your contact. If you
Okay, sir.
require, we can organize a personal one-to-one with you or online. We can do that. So let us know, please. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Good
Somebody
afternoon.
wants to introduce.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Chimedema, Crystal Moon Product Food Processing Unit, Gelipu, Bhutan.
Just a second, sir. Excuse me, madam, Shimi Dema?
Yes, Chimedema, Crystal Moon Product Food Processing Unit, Gelipu,
Sir,
Bhutan.
madam, would you start again? Or would you show yourself, please? We want to see your video also. Could you switch on your video also?
Okay, I forgot.
Otherwise, if it is no,
Am I
please.
visible?
No, you are not. Fine,
Please
please
wait,
tell us.
it's a network problem.
Fine. Please tell us. Please introduce yourself.
Uh, okay. My name is Chimedema, Crystal Moon Product, Gelipu, Bhutan.
Madam, you switch off your video. I think you have some connectivity problem. Then we will be able to hear you properly. Please switch off your video because you have some connectivity issues.
Yeah, sure.
So only your audio will be fine. We will be able to hear you properly. Yeah. Now please say, madam.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah, that Mr. Paul is saying he is manufacturing a folded printed cartoon, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So
And yeah,
I'm
madam.
looking for that, and what is the terms and condition and how you provide it, and what is the cost service and to reach till to my distinction.
Just for your satisfaction, I would say that we are one of the largest player in this sector, and we have manufacturing facilities in Silvassa, Goa, Haridwar, as well as Guwahati. And Guwahati is very near to you, and we can very well cater for your requirement. And our Guwahati project is of about 85 crore investment, and we have all sort of value additions required in case of folded cartons. So whatever requirement you have, we can fulfill that. And so far terms and conditions are considered. We can just discuss and settle it. It is not a big thing.
Yeah, madam, for the terms and conditions, what we can do, we can connect you and Shimidema ma'am and TCPL. We can organize a one-to-one virtual meet of yours.
And this is negotiable.
Yeah.
Nothing hard and fast about it.
Miss Shimidema, did you hear, madam?
Yes, I'm hearing. And
Yeah, madam.
is it a food grade, right? Because
No,
I'm processing.
I'll just tell you, if
For
you can,
food grade.
if you can provide me with the specification and designs and sizes and details, in that case, I can quote you the rates. As because you might be having it, it doesn't have any fixed rates, and every carton varies. So if I get your details of and specification, I can quote you the rates.
Okay, because
Madam,
my
madam,
manufacturing.
if you want, we can connect you to TCPL. We can have a one-to-one interaction of yours tomorrow or day after tomorrow, where you can personally talk about rates. Fine?
Okay, fine.
Fine. We'll share with you his details, and your details also we will share with him.
And you are welcome to Guwahati to see us. We have an international standard of establishment here. We are also supplying to Bangladesh and some other countries all over world, from our various countries. So far I feel I can fulfill your entire requirement, whatever is required. I am confident about that.
Okay, okay.
I request you
Okay.
to visit Guwahati. It is very near, and you can see our infrastructure, and we may have a
Yeah, but
practical
I can
interaction.
visit only from this online only because due to coronavirus we are not able to visit physically.
Your border is closed. I came to understand that. Okay, let us wait for that. We can have online discussion.
Okay,
Yeah, we will arrange the online discussion, sir.
okay, okay.
Madam, we will arrange the online discussion. Fine? In a day or two.
Sure.
Thank you, madam. You are welcome.
You'd like to introduce?
Myself, Mr. Shafiqul Ahmed. I'm from Profarn Agrotech, a startup company from Borpeta town. Basically, we did domestic trading, and we are thinking about exporting of ginger, turmeric, pineapple, etc., which we can supply from Northeast India, including Meghalaya. Thank you.
Again, I'm disturbing you. Excuse me. Can I talk to Mr. What is that? A ginger and turmeric powder?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Please, madam. Madam, there is no disturbance. We are happy that you are there.
Okay, thank you. You mean you are importing or you are supplying? I didn't get you properly.
And we're supplying. We collect and we
You
supply.
supply. Because
We have
here in Bhutan we are also supplying raw materials to the India, no? So that's why I'm asking you. If you are interested, we can supply to you raw organic ginger and turmeric.
raw.
Raw, yeah, raw.
Yeah.
You
In
are
turmeric,
supplying raw. And here also we are producing raw turmeric and ginger, organic. If you are interested.
yeah, we have organic also. If you
Yeah.
have any,
Fine, madam. So what we'll do, we'll connect with you also, sir. Madam, we will have a connection of yours and him also regarding the
visit our
ginger
site,
part.
ma'am. You can visit
Yeah,
our
yeah.
site.
Okay.
.com.
Okay.
Fine, madam. We'll have a connect with you, him and yourself personally over the net. Virtually, we'll meet.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you, La.
Thank you, madam.
Hello, good afternoon. Myself, Ajay Kumar Chokhani, Executive Director of Sunshine Overseas Private Limited. We have a manufacturing unit at Export Promotion Industrial Park, EPIP, Amingaon, Guwahati. We are manufacturing PET bottles and PP woven sacks. Presently, we are importing PP woven fabric from Nanglam, DPL, Dungsam Polymer Limited, and from Gomtu also, Bhutan Polymers. At the same time, we are also importing PP fabric from Biratnagar, Nepal also. We have also exported yarn and other so many materials to Bhutan and Nepal. Bangladesh, we have supplied rice also. So we are looking to expand our business and export more varieties. We have exported coal to Army Welfare Unit at Funsiling, Gelampu. So we are looking into expanding our business to these countries. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. You are supplying to Bhutan, no? Or you are importing raw materials from Bhutan as well, right?
Importing as well as exporting also.
Exporting,
We have
both.
supplied Thimphu A1 tissues and we have supplied yarn also to Bhutan and to Bangladesh we have supplied rice.
Yarn means,
And thread,
okay, which type of yarn you are exporting?
thread you mean?
Thread,
Hello?
yeah, thread. There are so many threads, see, like cotton, then wool, then so many things.
PP
Which
woven
one
bag,
you are exporting?
PP woven bag when it is packed with the materials for bottom stitching and for mouth closing. The thread which is used, we are supplying that kind of thread. Madam.
Okay,
I think you
is it
understand.
for packaging or making
Packaging
cloth
only.
material?
Yeah.
Packaging, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah,
followed by
greetings to everyone, virtually and also in person. So I'm talking on behalf of JM Exporter. Basically, we are exporting fish. We're into fishing trade, fresh, both fresh and dry. So anyone interested can contact us through ICC. We are doing no, well with Bhutan and Bangladesh also, but in a very small level. So we just want to export it in a higher level. So anyone interested can contact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from Bhutan or Bangladesh? Sir, we will try to sector-wise. We'll try to connect you to those countries. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. I am Abubakar Siddiq from Assam. I am interested into agri product export. I am already exporter. So ginger, turmeric. I am also interested to export to Bangladesh or other country. So kindly contact with me. Thank you.
Very much thank you to ICC for giving me a chance to speak here in this platform, and a very good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Arindam Chakravarti. I'm from Aroma India Private Limited. Basically, we deal in citronella oil. This is a aromatic oil we deal in. So we have a production and farming house in Rajapara, and we make the production and distillation of citronella oil. So nowadays, citronella hygiene oil is very much needed as per the recent days. So anyone interested in dealing with hygiene products can contact me for further business terms. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chakrabarti.
Hi. Yeah.
Abhishek here. We
Yeah.
are a manufacturer of FMCG products, and I would be interested to talk to you in person for
Okay.
citronella supply.
Sure.
Yeah.
So fine, Mr. Abhishek, we will connect you to Mr. Chakraborty. So both of you will connect you to each other. Don't worry, within a day or two. Fine?
Fine, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Prayag Barua. I'm representing Fabric Plus Private Limited. We're the first company in the Northeast or in the world to manufacture Ahimsa silk, Aries silk, we call it. And we manufacture we're manufacturers of handloom textiles and yarn. So if you're looking for Ahimsa silk yarn or any other silk yarn for that matter, we offer that along with fabrics made using the same materials. We also have a new novel fiber that we're currently offering that is a replacement to cotton. So as we all know, I think cotton is very resource intensive and using a lot of water and chemicals in the production process. So we're selling currently we've developed modal fibers which are manufactured from the bark of eucalyptus trees. So we have plantations in Europe, in Austria, and even in Canada, where we're sourcing eucalyptus husk, the bark, and processing it into modal fiber, which is very competitively priced with cotton. So it's a good substitute for anybody who's using cotton in their handlooms or power looms. So once again, we manufacture Aries silk yarn, Ahimsa silk yarn, and fabrics, and this new raw material modal, which anyone in textiles in the textile sector they can use and explore. So thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Myself Abhishek, and I am representing my company, Seven Food Processing Co. It is in Amingaon, North Guwahati, and we are organic industry. Under our industry, we have 67. As of now, we have 67 items, products, food products that are organically certified, and we have our own farmhouse in Meghalaya. It is 1,200 acre, and it is NPOP and NOP certified. And whoever is interested, I can supply all organic products. And you can also get the TC from us. So there will be no issue like forging or anything, because I will give my TC to you. It is under EPEDA, and I think under ICC, if you want to visit our stall, with ICC, we have given our stall at Digirpukri with ICC and EPEDA. So if anyone has time, they can go and visit our stall. Almost 50 to 60 products are there. All the products we have not bought. And I think this is the first ever biosolar meet that ICC is organizing. And I think you all are also aware that EPEDA is also organizing all over Northeast. I have recently been to Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Arunachal, and right now I think Shillong is also organizing. So if you have time, then please do visit our store at Digirpukuri. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this is ICC has been organizing lots of biocellular meet, but we are calling this first ever Northeast biocellular meet because this is the first ever Northeast biocellular meet done by Ministry of External Affairs. Okay, so thank you, madam.
Hello, what's the name of that food processing, sir? My question is,
Yeah,
are you?
sir, madam, I'm giving it to him. Madam Simi Dema, I'm giving it to him.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you are saying you are food processing as well as you are producing raw materials. What type of raw materials are you producing? For example, are you producing that spices like golmiris, dalchini, then what's that, alunchi, and all? Let's say garam masala.
Yes, ma'am. If you go to kitchen, ma'am, if you are going to kitchen, whatever things you need from morning to night, from breakfast to lunch to dinner, we have everything.
Yeah.
Everything, to masala, to dal, to sugar. There are rice, 6 to 7 varieties of rice. We are adding more rice, brown rice from Nagaland. And there is one more rice is there, black sticky rice. It is also from Nagaland. Mizo rice is there. So 67 products, and next month I think 10 more products will be added. So I can't name anyone, from Himalaya pink salt to whatever you say. We can provide you everything with TC and all.
You are saying, you are also mentioning it's organic certified. Is it 100% organic?
Ma'am, I can give you TC. What is more than that?
Paper won't work. We need to physically organic.
Yes. I can provide you TC. You can go to the website. You can check. You will get the details of the farmer, farm, who is certified, in which year it got certified, how much acre was certified, in which year, in which season, everything we will get.
Okay, actually, I'm also food processing here in Bhutan, and I'm also looking market outside also, and as well as I'm looking at raw materials from outside also. That raw materials I'm looking outside is like garam masala raw materials, not processed one, but raw. I need raw only, raw but very dried.
Raw means whole garam masala or powder garam masala. There are two types of garam masala. And then there is individual garam masala.
Individual. I don't
Then
want
it
mix.
part by part.
Yeah, part by part.
Okay, ma'am, you connect with me. It will not be an issue to connect with me through ICC. Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Dema, we will connect you with Mr. With the organization. What we'll do, we'll mail it to you and let you know when we are organizing this one-to-one interaction with the organization. Madam, fine?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Haripyari Naurem from Manipur. Our enterprise name is SP Foods. Our enterprise is dealing with indigenous foods of Manipur. The vision of our enterprise is to build a self-reliant and independent women community. And as you know, the community called Kakching, this fermented bamboo shoot is from Kakching. This is a town 40 kilometers away from capital city Imphal. And there, like I am trying my best to uplift the women of our community. And the community is mainly SC and scheduled tribes. I am not belong to SC or scheduled tribe. I'm married to SC, but I'm trying my best to uplift the women out there. And as an initial step, we are producing fermented bamboo shoot. This is an age-old traditional fermentation. We have been, like people out there have been doing, have been fermenting, but for the first time, we are trying to commercialize it. We are producing it in bulk. So we are producing it in thousands of thousands of kgs, and the variety of bamboo shoot available in Manipur, it is one of the best bamboo shoots we consider. And the Southeast Asia people also, like even in Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, we all know that people out there eat bamboo shoot. So whoever is to buy, whoever is willing to support us, I request, it is a humble request to support our enterprise, SP Food, and help us to achieve our goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Now, lady from Mizoram.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Meena Silo, Assistant Professor, Mizoram University, Essential University. And today I am here to represent our students who are incorporating a company known as Natlang Handloom Producer Company, the first of its kind in our state, that is in Mizoram. So the Natlang Handloom Producer Company is incorporated by our students who are the genuine weavers. Okay, they are the genuine weavers, and they are located in the one of the most prominent handloom cluster in Mizoram, that is Tenzol cluster. So we are dealing with 100% of handloom products. So we are able to provide all the handloom products, starting from apparel to home furnishing. Okay, so we are looking forward to have more business with you, and we want to expand our business. So if you are interested, we are registered in GEM as well as in eShilp. So kindly contact us through that from the e-commerce platform provided by the Ministry of Textile. Thank you so much. And again, I want to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Again, Miss Chimidema
Hello,
is
ma'am.
speaking. Hello.
Yeah, Madam Chimidema.
Yes, actually, I'm very happy to meet with Madam Mizrim. What her name? Actually, active food processor.
Yeah, she's talking to you.
Women
Kindly
group.
respond.
Women group.
Yes, madam.
Very actually, are you the one who's women group?
Yeah, most like a majority of the members are the women only.
Yeah, and another one was what her name is? I just forgot her name, but FT Food Women Uplifting Group. I just heard like that, but
Yes, SP Foods.
FT Food, yeah. Actually, I want to see her. Nice to meet you, madam. Madam,
Nice to meet you.
what is your name?
My name is Hari Pyari Naurem.
Honey?
Hari
Yeah.
Pyari, HARIPYARI.
Oh, okay, Hari.
Pyari,
And
yeah.
have you ever been to California before coronavirus?
Pardon?
Have you ever been to Gelifu, Bhutan before
Yeah.
the?
I had gone to Philinkata.
Oh.
Philinkata is in Bhutan, no?
Yeah, yeah. Siligata, no, it's not Bhutan, I think. Actually, I'm very happy to meet you. Is because I'm a woman and I'm also grooming with a woman, and I'm also
Yeah,
a woman.
and I would like to inform you that I am also in, a member of in a project called Her and Now. It is organized by GIZ, that is a German development organization, in collaboration with Indian government to develop women entrepreneurs in 3 regions of India. That is one in Northeast, second in Rajasthan, and the third is Telangana. So I am one of the member, and I have started my enterprise in 2018 for the first time. I have seen a woman doing this fermentation of bamboo shoot and all, and we call it soibum in our local language. So Kakching soibum is very popular throughout Manipur and even in whole Northeast. And actually, my husband is in central service. He gets posting every 3 years, so I follow him, and I miss our indigenous foods a lot. Every people like every Manipuri also miss a lot. So it came to my mind that why don't I start business with the help of the women in our community, so that I help them economically, make them independent. That's how I started my business. And like it has to be fermented for whole 1 year, so I did it, and by 2019 June, it was the first batch was ready to sell, and I got I almost everything was sold out within 2 months. So response was quite good. It motivated me. And then in 2019 again, the second batch of manufacturing fermentation process started. And then it was to be sold by July 2020, but unfortunately COVID, this pandemic arrived, and every business is stopped like that. But I am lucky that I am a part of this project Her and Now, and they are giving us health holding webinars, even monetary help. It's meager, but still, every entrepreneurs, every member, we got it. So
Thank you very much, Madam Hari.
thank you so much for your concern, for showing interest, and I hope in future also we do connect and help each other. So thank you.
Madam, drop us your email ID with us. Please remind us.
Yes.
So what we can do, we can connect you and Madam Sinifsmi Dama in a
Yes,
one-to-one
yes,
interaction.
yes.
Right? We had somebody from
Hello.
Prophet Kokrajar who also actually reacted. Hello.
Well, sir, I wanted to speak to the madam from Mizoram.
Yes.
Yeah, sir, madam is, she's got a microphone. Please tell me.
Yeah, yeah, ma'am. What kind of products are you manufacturing?
We are dealing with 100% of handloom products, from apparel to home furnishing product, like from apparel tops, pants, and also saris, kurtis, dupattas,
Okay.
as well as the
And then
home
what are the
furnishing
materials
product like
used to
curtains.
manufacture that?
Sorry,
Your voice broke. Kindly.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
am I audible?
Yeah, I
sir,
can hear
please.
you, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, we are dealing with the apparel as well as home furnishing product. Apparel like saris, kurtis, tops, pants, curtains,
Yeah, ma'am.
tablecloth.
I got that. But then what is the material that you use?
Mostly we are dealing with both acrylic as well as cotton product. Also silk. Silk, we are starting with silk only.
Okay, okay. So see, since we are an organization, we deal with expos and exhibitions. Okay, and then I would like to help you all in coming to our expos and exhibitions and participating, since it's free of cost and it's sponsored by the Development Commissioner of Handlooms. So I think so in that way I can help you also, and then you also can, participate in our expos. Okay.
Yes, we would be very happy because, the members of the company, they are genuine members are the weavers, they are producing them ourselves. We are not employing any person from outside the company. So if you can support us by allowing us to participate in such exhibitions, we would be very happy.
Yeah, yeah. You can get. I may. How do I get your details? Well,
So
sir,
what
I'm
you
just
can do is, this gentleman from Broford
yeah.
details with us. So if you want to connect us, let us know. Drop us a mail, and we will
Okay.
connect you to them.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, sure, we'll
Okay.
do that. We have the
Sure.
database. We'll share it with you. And sometimes if you need us, also call us, and we'll connect them to you. Fine.
Okay,
ठीक
thank
है,
you.
ठीक है, okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, friends. So I'm here representing two groups. Okay, one is on the country spices and one is on the green tea. So the country spices, you can log into www.countryspices.com. And here we've been able to, I'm from Meghalaya, from Shillong, and we've been able to produce some organic items. And this is part of the initiative of the country spices to help the local entrepreneurs and the farmers. So we've been able to produce items like ginger candy, pure honey, then turmeric, green tea, and also like cinnamon powder and sesame seeds. So these are all the initiative of the Country Spices organization in Shillong, where we are trying to reach out to all the farmers in the different villages across the state in Meghalaya. And another is that I have here is the Oolong tea. I think most of you have heard this Oolong tea. It's a production of green tea, black tea, and white tea. Initiative taken by World Vision India Meghalaya. So these are some of the initiatives that we've been doing in our state in Meghalaya, and we look forward for other partners to collaborate with us or to help us so that we can display our items. These are all organic items, and right now in the country spices is in the process of forming the Shillong chapter of Wiki Tourism and Hospitality. So we are planning to form that so that we can promote more female entrepreneurs who can be part of this country spices program. Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you, madam.
For the country spices, you can log into the website countryspices.com. And for the oolong tea, which is green, producing green tea, yellow tea, and black tea, you can log into oolongtea@gmail.com. So there you can see the details of our products. So for the spices, we've been able to send to places across the country, especially in Korean restaurants in Delhi, in Bombay, and also in other countries like Germany and the UK. So you can log into these websites. Thank you.
Sorry, madam, we have an interest. We previously in a previous session we saw an interest from Mr. Rauf from Bangladesh. So we'll try to connect with him.
Okay.
He was interested in green tea.
Yes.
So we'll connect with him. We'll do a one-to-one interaction with him after, not today, later on.
Okay,
We'll connect with you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, sir, please.
Namaskaram, everyone. I am representing Bicozy and Mecantro, a startup born out of IIT Bombay. We are incubated under IIM Kolkata, MIT, and Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. So we bring about a new technology that has been developed specifically for the hilly terrains of Northeast and the terrains of Bhutan and Nepal. So the solution range of solutions are starting from a hybrid model of electric mobility, in which we convert the existing vehicles running on petrol into a hybrid model, which can be run both in electric and petrol mode. The next product we bring is the pure electric version of scooties and the battery technology. That is the third product. The BMS, the management system of the battery, has been designed and developed in IIT Bombay. And we are the first and only manufacturer in Northeast India who is working in this particular technology. And we have a wide array of customizable products available for different businesses who wants to take care of their logistics in terms of e-mobility. So we believe that economy should move hand in hand with ecology. And that is why we are bringing ahead a new set of products wherein we want to promote a easier shift towards electric mobility. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So if anybody is interested, one second. So if anybody is interested in these novel products, before I go over to you, I'd like to inform to you that at Indian Chamber of Commerce, we have started a center called Intellectual Property Facilitation Center. This center is being supported by Ministry of Ministry of Small Medium Enterprises, Ministry of MSME. So here, what we do, we have got our dedicated advocate. If anybody has any product which they want to register for trademark, patent, copyright, industrial design, any kind of those needs which is there, those needs, this is the only designated center of in the Northeast from Ministry of MSME. So I'd like to request you to kindly get our services. This is a nice opportunity, and please visit our office today, which the welcome kit which we have given you there, we have got our brochure also. So your startups, we can really help you in that. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Assam Government Marketing Corporation Limited, the oldest corporation of Assam government. It's a public sector undertaking. Assam Government Marketing Corporation usually marketing all handlooms and handicrafts of the region. Previously, Assam was undivided. Now, we're marketing the entire Northeast products. We have showrooms in Kolkata, Delhi, Guwahati, Silchar, Tezpur. We usually export the Muga, gold and Muga silks, saris, fabrics, eri. All traditional saris will be available in our showrooms. We organize exhibitions with the sponsorship of Development Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles. Previously we export the Muga fabrics in Japan's. There is great demand of Muga silk all over the world. We marketing the agriculture products, tea, ginger, citronella through our showrooms. So any buyers or any sellers, weavers, may kindly contact us. Thank you very much. Thank you to ICC for giving the opportunity to join here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we talked yesterday over phone. Yeah,
Yes,
thank you for,
sir.
yeah. Yeah, from somebody from Buffett, somebody wants to talk.
Yes, sir. Again, me, Chimi.
Chimi Tema, madam, please.
Thank you. I'm very much interested to ask one small question to the sir. Would you mind if we are interested to sell our product in your office, or I mean in your country, will you buy our product?
Madam, who are you addressing this question to?
That one, what is the agriculture department?
Yeah, please, he's there. Just now the gentleman who gave introduction of himself, the same gentleman.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, please ask the question again. Madam Chimi Dema, please ask your question again.
Yeah, I'm interested to sell our organic, natural processed food product, like let's say picklings and spices like ginger, then turmeric powder, and so many things. So I'm looking market outside. Is it possible to sell our Bhutan made product in your jurisdiction, or let me say in your country?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
I
afternoon.
think we are interested to marketing your product through our showrooms. Is it?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, la.
Okay. You are most welcome. You please contact us through ICC.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Madam Chimintema, our madam from Manipur, she wants to say something.
Yes, la. Yes. Pardon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to check my our product, you can please check our Facebook page at SP Foods Cutting Shoibum.
Seafood.
SP Foods Cutting Shoibum. Yeah, that
Food.
is our Facebook page. And like our enterprise is quite new, but later on we are trying to add more indigenous products, indigenous as well as healthy products. This product is also quite nutritious. It has got lots of health. If it will find many papers written by popular scholars, professors, and all. So soyboom is quite popular. So if you are interested in future, we may contact and I think I hope I hope for the best.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody online, whoever we are, please anybody খোদা সাহেব আপনি কি দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আমাদেরকে বাস can you connect Mr. খোদা महबूब খোদা महबूब খোদা সাহেব কানেক্ট করতে পারছেন Chiran Bohora, Mr. Chiran Bohora, are you there? We can see you, Debu. We are seeing people online, but why are you not able to?
He is online, but he's unmuted also, but he's not responding.
No, he's talking. See, his audio, I'm seeing he's talking, but we're not hearing him. Why?
It's not a problem at the hosting side.
Chiran
It may
Bohora.
be at his end because it is unmuting and it is muted again.
Yeah, now he's trying to. Yeah, Chiran Bohora. Chiran Bohora. Yeah, you are online, sir. Can you hear us, Chiran Bohora, sir? Please unmute yourself.
Right. I only airplane dan tahan of I only shoe and tie, stop and go. And tie do not. You can do it here.
Chiran Bohora, can you?
We can hear you. Please just check your audios or headphone, please.
You can next. No.
Something is the issue. Mr. Chering Punsto. Chering Punsto. Punsto, can you hear us? We can see you. You're online. Chering Punsto. Chering Punsto.
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, yes, sir.
now, actually, I'm working with State Trading Corporation of Bhutan and exporting boulder to Bangladesh. Right now, I'm silent because there is no topic related to boulder export. So I was.
There is, sir. What is your requirement?
Exporting from Assam. So we are going through the Goa state and we need a transporter. Our requirement number one is transporter. Number two is from Nakugao in Bangladesh.
Okay, you want to connect to Bangladesh also? Mr. Bohra, there's some. Yeah. Please. Debu, there's some technical glitch. Mr. Bohra, what we will do, we'll connect with you. Mr. Pranjit Kamuli will connect with you in the coming days. Mr. Shering Punso. Punso, is he also with you, Mr. Bohra? Shering Punso? Shering Punso.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now. Rupak Dotto. No.
Right, sir. As I was apprising, first of all, I would like to thank CCI.
ICC, sir.
ICC, Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing such a beautiful meeting with us and Sailor. So our requirement is number one, transporter from Assam. We need a transporter to export a boulder to Bangladesh. And number two requirement is we require buyers from Bangladesh.
Okay, your requirement is number one, you need a transporter from Assam. Sir, anybody is into transport business? Anybody is into transport? Okay, you're Mr. Shering Punsu, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Shering Punsu, what we will do in 1 or 2 days, we'll connect you to some transporter from Assam, and we will do a one-to-one interaction with you.
Thank you so much.
We have your email ID, I'm sure, but even then, kindly share it to the person who has contacted to you again, so that we can do a one-to-one interaction with you.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you so much.
From Bangladesh, whoever you're logged in, Mr. Shering Funsu is interested to export boulders. So if anybody would be interested, kindly let us know and we will connect you to him.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Funso. So anybody else? So fine, I think we have. So do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Krishnarjan Das from Bolkol Private Limited. We are a handloom platform. We are connecting with almost 100 plus weavers from Assam, and we are producing mainly handloom fabric, natural dye, and we also producing different men's and women's casual wear and shawls, that type of things. If anyone interested to buy handloom fabric, natural dye fabric, then contact us. And we also provide casual wear, menswear, and kids wear also. All our products are made by handloom fabrics and natural dye fabric. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we will break for lunch now. The lunch is, because of the COVID protocol, we are not giving a public lunch here. So it is a packet lunch. So please bear with us for another 5-10 minutes. We will serve the lunch now. Does anybody have anything to say prior to his going for?
Hello, sir. Will you
Anybody
provide lunch
online,
to
sir?
us also?
Hello,
Mr.
Mr.
Panel?
Datta.
Yes,
Hello,
yes, sir.
Mr. Datta.
Yes, sir. Please tell me, sir.
Can you please fulfill our requirement? We are in need of prospective buyers of boulders and aggregates from Bangladesh through Nakugaon, Dalu in India, in Meghalaya, and Nakugaon in Bangladesh.
Okay.
Buyers of boulders, chips, and railway ballast. And then, as mentioned by the officer from STCBL, the transporter of boulders from Gelipu, Bhutan to Nakugaon, he means that transporter, Mr. Sring Bhunso.
I get it. I get it.
The transporters from Gelipu to Nakugaon
He
via
is wanting
Assam and Meghalaya. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So
He's
please
wanting a
introduce
transporter
us
from
to this. Yes, from Gelipu to Nakugaon via Assam and Meghalaya. So that's what he, and my requirement is buyers of stone aggregates, ballast, and boulders from Bangladesh, and the prospect and those who have those who own vessels to carry boulders, chips, and then ballast through Riverine from Jogigopa, that is from via river Brahmaputra, and in Bangladesh it becomes Yamuna, to transport boulders, chips, and ballast through Riverine. Now summer is coming, we have to load from Jogigopa and send it down. And we are also interested while coming back, the when the vessels come empty, if some items can be brought from Bangladesh to Bhutan, and via when the boulders truck comes from Dhaka or Tangail to Nakugaon, and from there, if items, Bangladeshi items, can come back in the empty trucks. These are what we require. Kindly introduce us to these
Nobu
gentlemen
sir,
in Bangladesh, in India.
yeah. So Nobu sir,
Hello.
currently now today, many people, Bangladesh has not been able to. Sir Raf,
হ্যালো
কিছু বলতে চান আপনি?
হ্যাঁ আমি দর্জি নরবুর সাথে একটু কথা বলতাম প্লিজ অ্যারেঞ্জ এ মিটিং টুমরো
Mr. Norbu, Mr. Raf is there. He's from Bangladesh. He would like to talk to you.
At what time tomorrow?
So what we'll do, Mr. Raf and Mr. Norbu, both your email IDs are there with us. So tomorrow or day after
tomorrow evening
we will organize an interaction one-on-one Mr. Badru with Mr. Norbu.
okay tomorrow evening tomorrow evening
Raf sir, ঠিক আছে? Fine, Mr. Norbu. We will mail to you, we will call you, and we will fix the exact timing. Mr. Norbu, Mr. Raf. I think we have some connectivity issues. Fine, Mr. Norbu, Mr.
Hello, Mr. Datta.
Yes, yes. Please tell me.
I'm Abhishek from Flash Bloom. I would just like to add that we are venturing into paints also. Currently manufacturing primers. So if anyone is interested in Northeast or in South Asian countries, they can contact me for paints. Since we are a manufacturer, we can guarantee the best prices for them.
Okay, fine, fine. I would request all the buyers and sellers who are there to kindly send us a mail regarding the details of their products so that we could circulate it among the people. Fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine.
Okay.
Good.
So now we will break for lunch. We will meet, let's see, meet after lunch for some time. So thank you very much. And now the buyers and the delegates who are present here, if you'd like to interact with yourself, kindly have an
Mr. Datta,
I'd like to inform everybody that we are all breaking for lunch. I've already announced that. So whoever are connected online, you can be there after lunch. If we have more buyers logged in, we might continue our session, but we'll let you know after some time.
চার্জার দিয়া নাছিল মতো ব্যাগ দাদা লোদ আছিল ব্যাগ দিয়া না ব্যাগ দিয়া না কার ছিল জানি বিলসনের বিলসনক মই চার্জার দিয়েছিল তার চার্জার হুমো আছে তো লোক